It's JulieBDeepDives, and I am super excited to have a very special guest here tonight from Apple TV's Severance, one of the best shows on TV. It is Marc Geller, who plays Kier, voices Kier, and is the likeness for all of the many, many pieces of artwork on the show. Welcome, Marc. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's awesome. I'm psyched about this, and of course, Scarlet is here as always, and
praise Kier.
Praise Kier. Yes, we're here to praise Kier tonight. And we have Doug Hughes here on our panel, which I thought would be fitting, because Marc and Doug have quite a few things in common in terms of having a theater background and wanting to be an actor from a young age. And I apologize for the audio issues. I don't know why. There's something going on with StreamYard lately. I saw it happen on another channel, and I don't know how to adjust it. So I'm just going to have to go with it. So I apologize in advance to the chat for the audio feedback that you're hearing. I tried to get rid of it, but it's still there. But anyway, Marc, I've heard that Marc is a fan of From, and he's on Severance. Doug is, of course, on From, and is now a fan of Severance. So you're kind of mirror images of each other in that way. So I just thought it'd be fun to have Doug here with us and join the conversation.
Thanks for having me too.
I appreciate it, Doug. So let's see who's here in the chat. Thank you for your patience while I tried to fix the audio issue. Hey, it's at Sci-Fi Vision. Nice to see you, Jamie. Jamie did 2 great interviews with Marc, and thanks for popping in. Jamie, if you're still here, if you know how you got rid of your audio issue, please do share, because I don't know how to do it. Hey, Dieter.
I just DM'd her as well.
Thank you, Scarlet. Because she got rid of it somehow. Yeah. Hey, Dieter, thank you for being here. Also, Maud.
Me and Jamie do a Yellow Jackets recap on Sundays. I don't know if you watch. I don't know if either of you watch Yellow Jackets. That's a great show.
Nope, never seen it.
I don't watch it.
The chat, they were talking about Man in Yellow versus Kier, who's going to win. It's like a death match.
I'm already dead, so.
You're already dead.
Arguably, so am I.
Kier can never die. There it is.
So
I'm the man in blue. I'm the man in blue, and he's the man in yellow.
There you go.
Yes, indeed. So if you guys have questions for Marc, I can highlight them. Questions or comments are welcome. I'm going to be highlighting them as we go through here. And so I was doing research on you to prepare for this, Marc, and I saw that you're from Providence, that you were born in Providence. Well, so was I, and I've lived in Rhode Island my whole life. So
I'm not from Providence. I'm from Rhode Island, but not from Providence.
Born there, right?
Well, I was born in the hospital in Providence, but I grew up until I was 12 in East Greenwich, and then we moved to South Kingston. I was there until I was 18, and then I moved to New York.
That's awesome. I was going to ask, actually, because I was born in Providence too, but I don't consider myself from there. Do you miss anything about Rhode Island? So did you miss anything when you left?
The ocean. I like the ocean. I lived right on the ocean for the last 5 or 6 years that I was there. So that was very nice.
Oh, that's my favorite part of the state. Yeah. Scarborough Beach, all of those just beautiful beaches.
All those places. I lived right near Wakefield for second portion.
Yeah. If I ever left, that would be what I would miss. That would be the number one thing, the beaches. There's one East Beach, and I think it's in Charlestown. That's really gorgeous too. I remember it correctly. And there's, of course, the Cliff Walk in Newport. that's gorgeous. It's one of my favorite spots too. But yeah, and if I ever left, I think I would miss also the best pizza I've ever eaten in my life, which is Caserta in Providence. Did you ever go there?
I did not.
Oh, it's good. It's the best pizza ever. So then, well, you don't know what you're missing then. So that's good because I would miss it so much if I ever left. Can you tell us a little bit about your early life and how you got interested in acting?
Let's see. I started when I was about 9. There was no one in my family who was in any way involved in or interested in the arts in any way. I found an ad for a children's acting school that was opening in Massachusetts, actually. And I convinced my parents to send me. And I went there for 5 years.
Wow.
And then when I was 18, I came to New York. And that's how everything started.
So you just had the acting bug in you from a young age.
I did, for some reason, yeah.
Yeah, without a background, like no family that was into it. Doug was the same.
No, I would put on little shows and things like that prior to that, or I was always performing.
Yeah, like Doug. Doug told me that he was always doing that and made his first play at 8 years old. It reminded me of one of the interviews I saw of you. That's so cool. It's just in your.
Sorry?
I said, I want to point out to the people watching your interview who don't live in Rhode Island, since you do, that we have things that no one in the rest of the country has. For instance, I'll tell you my favorite. We call a milkshake a cabinet, like a kitchen cabinet. There's no explanation for this, but we just call them cabinets. And we don't drink chocolate. And we call coffee addicted.
So you would call Mr. Milkshake Mr. Cabinet instead of Mr. Milkshake.
I would have to call him Mr. Cabinet, yeah. I guess I could call him Miss Cabinet instead of Miss Gobel.
And I'm sorry, what do you call chocolate milk?
We don't have chocolate milk. We have coffee milk.
Oh,
yes.
Oh,
It actually has coffee in it. We drink it as a child. So it's like we're all coffee.
oh.
Yes, coffee milk.
We call water fountains bubblers. We call what people would call submarine sandwiches or hero sandwiches grinders.
Yes.
We have our own name for everything. We're a strange little state.
We are. We have our quirks. Yes. Yeah, bubblers. Yeah, that's a Rhode Island thing. All of that stuff. And my dad was addicted to coffee milk when I was a kid too. That coffee milk. I thought it was nasty, so I'm not a fan. But and then another thing, Doughboys.
Doughboys. Dell's lemonade.
Lemonade. Yes. Oh God, I love Dell's lemonade. Yeah. So
Pancakes.
what was that? What did you say?
Clam cakes. Remember those?
God,
like little dough balls with clam cakes.
Oh yeah. Yep. All Rhode Island stuff. Yeah, and and Doc here is in Fall River. Yeah. So he's a local as well. Doug was telling me that he put on he wrote a play when he was 8 years old, a short play where what was it, T-Rexes were fighting each other.
A pair of T-Rexes, yeah. Complete with cardboard T-Rex heads, of course, which made the script very hard to read. So it didn't go over too well, But hey, I was 8. What do you want?
Production value. It's good for an 8-year-old.
Well, I worked with what we had,
Mark, you were like putting on plays. What?
I was.
Yeah, when you were a kid. That's awesome.
Yeah. I would go see movies and then write my own scripts and then make my kids in school do them with me and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's amazing. That it just shows that you had a calling. Like this is a calling when it starts that young. So let's see. So like you got started in theater. When did that happen for you? Like, so you moved to New York?
I moved to New York when I was 18 and started doing theater in New York. I really primarily did until about 2018. I just started really auditioning seriously for film and television in 2018, I would say. And then I really liked film and television and did much less theater. The last thing I did on stage was 2023. I did a play called Ride the Cyclone, a Canadian play done
yes.
at Arena Stage in Washington, D.C.
Cool.
And that was a great experience.
That's so cool. Yeah. What are
and strangely, coincidentally, in that play, I played an animatronic figure, much like in the last episode of Severance.
So that's like a thing for you to you play like robotic. I loved that the animatronic here was foreshadowed since the premiere episode when they mentioned that another branch had those. When he started moving and talking, I was just dying laughing. It was so good.
It was good.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me see.
Most of the voiceover stuff I do on Severance is usually done in the city and not on set. But for the finale, for the scene with Trammell, I was actually on set doing that live for the timing, so that was fun.
That's so cool. Yeah, so you were right there nearby. So that must have been awesome to actually be on set with the actors. And
it was nice to actually be with other people. Yeah, usually I'm just with the artists or photographers at the studio, but not usually with the other actors. So that was nice.
Who did you get to interact with while you were there from the cast?
Oh, I was with Trammell, I was with Britt, I was with Adam. The very first time I was at the studio, when we very first started, I was with Yul Vasquez. Primarily those four. But when we were filming the finale, it was mostly Britt, Adam, and Trammell.
Nice. Well, that's so cool. And I'm sure everybody was awesome. They all seem like such nice people.
They are.
Yeah. So did you get to see any of the marching band part? Like that was hilarious.
They were there with me as well. Yes, they were all there that week.
Oh, that was my favorite. Your scene with the statue and then the marching band was my favorite part of the entire finale. I thought it was genius. No one would have ever seen it coming, and it was brilliant. But circling back a little bit. Oh, they went big. I mean, they took the music dance experience from season 1 and they put it on steroids. It was pretty wild.
There were more people in that band than there were in the entire cast of From.
Yeah.
There were like 100 people in that band.
Oh, wow.
I've got a question for you, Marc. Starting in New York at such a young age, was that difficult? Did it take a while to get established, or how did that go for you?
Yeah, definitely. Everything takes a while, but it was fun. And Rhode Island is so small, and then coming to such a big city, it was exciting.
Yeah, it's an amazing city. I remember my very first time visiting New York. People talk about that sense of walking into a house and thinking, I've lived here before. And it wasn't quite that, but it was almost that in New York. I just felt so at home there, had no trouble finding my way around. It was almost as if I'd been there in a past life. It's something about it that I felt so comfortable there.
I remember when I first got here, there was an actor who was 5 or 6 years older than me that I had worked with in Rhode Island, who was living in New York, had moved to New York. And when I got here, I got together with him because he was going to show me around. And I still vividly remember him saying to me, "You won't last a week here." And he lasted about a year. I'm still waiting. So.
Bit of projection, it sounds like.
Scarlet, were you going to jump in and say something? I saw you unmute for a second. Scarlet, you there? No, I guess not.
No,
Doug?
I was trying to figure
Sorry,
out how
what?
to adjust your audio because you asked me in the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just because
I was checking with Jamie how to change the audio in the internet.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I'm gonna go off mic.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So I was going to ask you, Mark. So you have something in common here with Doug, in that you've had a long career in theater and doing day player roles in movies and TV. And how does it feel to just have gotten a taste of like this wider exposure where everyone's seen your face all over the place in this extremely popular show, and now fans are coming looking for you online and trying to interact with you? What has that been like for you?
It's great. And we have amazing fans, really amazing fans, and extremely talented fans. There's so much fan art, and it's all really quite good. And the people are all very, very nice. I haven't had any problems with anybody. Everyone is just really into it. So it's been great.
It's been very similar with the From fans too, I have to say. It's an example of some of their talent behind me here. The crocheted version of the Man in Yellow. Yeah. That's
great.
Alexis Jordan, who does those, is a regular on here. She's here all the time. In fact, was it last week, Julie, that you gave away one of her dolls?
It was the week before last. She did a
right.
giveaway of a crocheted From doll. Yeah, really cool.
Does she like Severance? Would she do a Kier doll?
No. Crochet me, Alexis. Yes.
That's how I got mine, Mark.
Alexis, please crochet me. Crochet Kier.
There you go.
That would be great. Oh my gosh. Yes.
I need a doll.
Yes.
I sound like
with
the dolls. I need a doll.
Yeah. Yeah, like I mean, on Severance there was a plushie Kier that was on season 2, and apparently a Kier doll in Cobell's house too. I didn't even catch that one, but I heard about it.
Yeah. On Cobell's bed down in the basement, she has 2 dolls, one of Kier and one of herself. They're next to each other on the bed. And then Dylan's kids play with a plushie Kier doll. And then there's the Kier claymation that they watch and when they come back to work. So there's lots of little Kier toys.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, like Alexis should crochet you. That would be great. And you've gotten fan art sent to you. I know, like that must be awesome.
It's great. It's great. Getting tons.
There's a lot of talented people out there, in the fan communities.
Well, see, both of these shows, though, Severance and From, are both extremely creative shows. So you'd assume they'd have very creative fans, and they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's for damn sure. And I know you've probably gotten this question a lot, but how did you get cast in Severance, Mark?
I went on an audition, which was at the studio up in the Bronx, in Ben's office, actually. It was more of an interview than an audition, because at that point, Kier was basically just going to be one painting. And I'm assuming that's probably the painting that's in MDR. I'm not sure about that, but that would be my guess. And I had a meeting with Ben and with Dan Erickson, the writer, and one of the. We talked for 15 or 20 minutes, and then they cast me. About 6 months after that, my agent got a message from casting asking if I'd like to audition to play my own voice, because they cast me as a face, not as a voice. So I had to audition again. I made a tape of the Perpetuity Wing speech and sent that in. Now you're the voice.
Nice.
And that's how I ended up there.
Nice. Well, the voice has been, it's just been so interesting how it started with, now there are 3 recordings we've heard, and you're aging backwards. Like Benjamin Button effect. You started with the recording where you're on your deathbed, and then the next recording, well, that was the Perpetuity Wing. Then season 2, you had the Ort Bowl one where you're in better shape, definitely younger, talking about the
Not
Dieter
dying.
Eaton story, and now what was that?
I said not dying. First one,
Not
I'm
dying.
definitely about to die. The second one, I'm not dying yet, and the third one, I'm a little more vital.
Yeah. So how was it doing that dying deathbed voice? Because that was really effective. It was completely believable that was realistic. Was it challenging to make your voice like that?
I do a lot of voice stuff, and I'm definitely a character actor, so I'm always different in everything. So I do a lot of things with my voice.
Yeah, well, you nailed it. I mean,
when we got to the studio that day, Ben was like, we tried a few different things. He's like, well, I want him to sound like he's like on his deathbed. This is like, he's like the last recording he's making on like some old Edison recording, and he's having trouble breathing, and so that was basically the premise behind it.
Well, yeah, and it was so believable. And then the second time, it was slightly different, and now the third one, it's almost like a completely different voice altogether, but you can tell it's still the same person. So you really nailed that.
The third one, he's healthy enough to banter back and forth, and he's kind of at his prime in the third one. It's like when he's the CEO.
Yes. I loved the scene of the animatronic here. I mean, how fun was it to record that bit where you're trading those barbs with Milkshake? I mean, that must have been that must have been enjoyable.
It was a lot of fun. And actually, I don't know if you know this, you probably do, because people who watch the show know more than I do about it. But Ben is actually running the animatronics. He has the joystick, and so he's silent. What's happening?
There was a moment where it froze for me. Yeah. I didn't know that
revelation was so shocking you couldn't speak. But.
Yeah, that's so cool that Ben was running it. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
He's running the animatronics.
He loves animatronics, and he had a little joystick thing, like a little PlayStation thing where you could move the head and the arms. And
it would be awesome if they did one where you're inside the thing. I know that they make these types of it's sort of like an animatronic costume, but you're in it, and then you could actually be there playing the part yourself if they did that again.
That'd be fun.
Right.
I'm up for it.
So I'll take some questions from the chat here in between. Let's see. I've got a few. Oh, Tony Teflon is here from Teflon TV. He's an awesome friend of the channel here, and he has his own amazing YouTube channel as well. He's been an inspiration for me, and he's got a couple questions here. He says, what's a specific technique you rely on when you encounter a scene or a character that feels particularly challenging?
Specific technique I rely on. I don't really rely on anything in that aspect. I just try to learn possible. I try to know everything I can about the character and who they are and where they're from. And I usually get a sound for the character in my head first, and then the visual, not so much with Kier, but the visual, especially in things on stage, is really important for me. I'd like to know what the character looks like, but that's basically it.
Okay, awesome. Let's see. So Tabitha here said, if Kier were to take a little unexpected detour and end up in Prom, do you think the man in yellow would be his devoted disciple or his biggest competition for cult leader supremacy? I love that.
I think Doug could probably answer that better than me.
I would hesitate to venture an answer to that question. Because, I noticed another question that Tony posted here about, how I apparently said in an interview that it's useful to have a little history about someone you're playing. It helps make the job a little easier. I had virtually no history of the man in yellow when I showed up to shoot that scene. I was cast for it 4 days before we shot it. So, you know, you kind of, in situations like that, you kind of have to make your own and hope that it's not too far off whatever they had in mind, you know? And so
I think that if I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so in a situation like this, it's very hard for me to predict because A, the artificial nature of the question, but B, I still don't know enough about the guy to know how he would deal with a situation like that, you know?
I think if Kier were to appear on From, the first thing he would do is throw everybody out of that group house and take it over for himself. And then he would take over the town.
He totally would. And the thing about Kier too is that you don't have that much information about his origin story either. You don't know. We don't know. I mean, yes, Lumen gives an origin story and descriptions of his life, but we don't know how much of that is made up, fabricated. So it's a mysterious thing, a mysterious role that you're playing too. So,
but we know things like his parents were related. There was something incestuous there, and we know he had tuberculosis as a child, which actually that helped me feed into the voice for the first thing in Perpetuity, where he couldn't breathe because he had tuberculosis as a child. But yeah, we don't know that much.
Right.
Worked in Ether Factory, we know that.
I worked in an ether factory. Possibly, it sounded like from childhood because I mean, if we can believe any of the Ortbo story, it sounded like they were still pretty young. Kier and Dieter, if Dieter even was real, it sounded like Kier was young when he went on this trip into the forest and stayed there for a while, and they were going to go back to the ether factory, and Dieter didn't want to go, and so I don't know. Personally, I don't think Dieter existed. I think Dieter was an example of the duality of existence on this show, that theme of duality, and a part of Kier that he felt needed to be eradicated, that childish folly. You must eradicate childish folly. That's one of Kier's principles. And since Dieter was that part of himself that didn't want to go back and work in that factory, and he had to be gone, and it couldn't be pleasant doing that kind of work. A lot of the show is about you know, this cult that at the core of it's about war against pain. They said that they're trying to bury unpleasant feelings and desensitize. So I don't know. That's what I think. But I know you're not. I've heard you're not a big theorizer. If you had to guess,
I've heard that online a lot. A lot of people feel that way.
If you had to guess, do you think Dieter is real, or do you think Dieter is just part of him?
I think it would be more interesting if Dieter was just part of him and he was trying to kill a part of himself. I'll say that much. I think that's very interesting. And it certainly feeds into the rest of the story. It seems to make sense. Although if Dieter, I'm Dieter too, so I'm two characters.
Yes. So that would be nice for you. If they ever, I really would love to see an origin story in the future, a flashback, to actually see you on the show in the past playing here. That would be amazing. And if Dieter's real, then you'd have two roles. So that's a twofer. Let's hope they do that.
Dieter, if we did some kind of flashback, I'm sure Kier would be more, you know, creating Lumen, which is way after Dieter.
We've got to petition Apple TV to do an origin story in season 3.
Please do. Please do.
We like to do this kind of campaigning stuff around here, you know, stuff that we want, you know, that people we support, like Doug here, you know, we've been, you know, promoting his plays, and so I want to start a campaign to give us a Kier origin story for you, because I think it would be awesome to see, and give us some context into this character who has such a huge presence in the show. I mean, Kier is the reason for everything that's happening. Kier was the start of it all, and yet we've never seen him. It's paradoxical in that way. But it would be amazing to see. And actually, We've got your brother in the chat here, Dieter Egan, and his first name really is Dieter. That's his name. So when this storyline came up, you were cracking up, laughing like you would not believe, because Dieter is but he helps me manage my channel and my Discord. Everybody knows Dieter. So the jokes just kept on coming about lineage, spelling, and all of that stuff. And he has a question for you, addressing you as brother. There's a lot of religious symbolism around Kier. Did you explore any philosophical or spiritual themes to inform the role?
No. There's a quick answer for you. I did not. But yes, there is. Pretty much looked at as a god in the Severance storyline. So or a cult leader. I mean, whichever way you think of him. But I didn't, though. I did not explore any religious background of it.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really a need to do that. You were doing the part. I mean, did they, like, when you were doing your first recording, did you get any direction from Ben Stiller? Did you get any information at all other than just sound like you're dying, essentially?
If I ask Ben or Dan, the writer, questions, they'll answer them. But I don't have a complete outline of it or anything. No, I don't know that much more than you do. But anything that is applicable to what I'm doing that I have a question about, they'll certainly tell me.
So there is a certain amount of mystery to the show. So I'm sure if there are secrets about Kier, they're not going to tell the actors, like they don't tell Doug or the actors on From any of the mystery elements.
I mean, there is an end game. They know. Dan and Ben know what's going. When Dan wrote the whole thing to begin with, so he knows where it ends. He knows the answers to all these questions. So we shall see.
Right. That's a good thing. That's how both From and Severance are. They know where they're going with it. And Just Me here had a question for you. I'd like to know what TV shows Marc watches. Also, has he ever watched From? Well, we answered that one.
Yes, I do watch From. I also watch Silo, which is another show on Apple TV.
Yeah,
I like shows in the vein of From or Severance. I like horror things. I like sci-fi things. Stuff. I like that kind of stuff.
Nice.
Oh,
Good
but
taste.
things that I like that aren't in that genre. I really like the show Hacks with Gene Smart. I think that's a great show.
Oh, I like that show too.
Yeah, it's a good
I'm
show.
back.
You're back.
I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, so let's see. Tony had another good question here from Teflon TV. How has your understanding of acting evolved over the course of your career? And what's one thing you wish you knew when you were starting out?
I think my acting, as I've gotten older, has gotten simpler, which I think is an important thing to learn. And then certainly when I started to audition, because it has to be much smaller than it does on stage. I think that would be the main thing.
Right.
And just not to take everything too seriously.
Yeah. You start
especially with casting. That really applies to casting too. You can't take anything too personally or too seriously, because there's so be the best person that auditions for something, but not cast for some other reason. You might be an inch too short, an inch too tall. You never know.
Right.
What the reason is. So you just have to go with the punches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's not easy. You have to learn how to take a lot of rejection, right? Going on auditions and yeah, it doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Sometimes it was just not the right fit for that specific role. They had a different idea in mind, and so it's got to be challenging.
I'm also very specific, and Doug is too, so I'm sure he would probably agree with me. I'm very specific. So if I'm right for something, I'm right for it. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah. So like, yeah, you have a very specific look to you. Do you keep that look like all the time for a lot of roles, with the beard and the long hair?
I try to change it as much as possible. I'm perfectly willing to shave the beard off and cut my hair. In between things, I just let it grow because it's easier if someone wants that to have it than to have to fake it. So if they don't want it, it's very easy to get rid of it.
Yes.
But I actively try to look different and things.
Can you tell us about
Job.
the photo shoot that you did to so that they were able to create the artwork?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
You probably heard that in another interview. I've told that one. It was well, I was cast in March of 2020, 1 week before the whole COVID started. About 6 months after that, in I guess it was October or so, I went to the studio and we did a photo shoot that was about 10 hours long. And because it was in the midst of COVID, I had just, since I wasn't even leaving my apartment, I had just let my hair and my beard grow really long. I looked like I was in ZZ Top or something. It was really long. And so I went there and we did some costume fittings and they put me, you know, I had Civil War outfits and different period outfits. And so during the 10-hour session, I would put on a different costume and they would photograph me. And then the hair and makeup department would cut the beard a little and cut the hair a little and dye the hair and beard a little. So by the end of the 10 hours, I had short hair, I was clean shaven, and my hair was black. So they have pictures of me at every age, kind of. They have a variety of looks. So for instance, the picture in Ms. Cobell's shrine of me, where I have a beard and it's like black and my hair is black, was really how I looked then. They had dyed my hair and beard and cut it to that look. And the big Civil War paintings of me where I have the giant mustache, that was real. They just cut off the middle of the beard and kept the giant mustache. So, but when I left that night, I was totally clean shaven and had black hair.
That's wild. You're very flexible to do that, dramatically change your look like that for the show. I'm sure it was more than worth it, just to be part of this and have, like, it must be so weird having your face just all over the place. How many of those art pieces, or how many of those likenesses of you did you know about ahead of time? Were there any that surprised you when you watched the show?
I knew about them, but say 50% of them maybe, or 40% I didn't know about. The most recent one I didn't know about was the statue of pregnant Kier, like the fertility symbol in the birthing cabin. That was a total surprise to me. I was like, is that me pregnant? But so there was that. And I didn't know about in the Woes Hollow episode, the belt buckles that they all wore, which you could barely see, that had my face on them. They were all my face. And I actually just posted a picture today on my Instagram that all the tents in Woes Hollow, the zipper pulls on the zippers were all my face.
No way.
Yeah, the attention to detail is unbelievable, especially things that people don't even see. The prop department is amazing. They go above and beyond.
They really went all out. I mean, it's incredible, all the things that they created. The giant statue of Kier that was outside.
Statue.
Oh man, that's amazing. All
these things are real too. None of them are CGI. The only thing that's not actually real that's CGI is the big sculpture of my profile on the wall at Lumen, because it's a real place. So obviously it can't be real. But that's the only thing that's superimposed. Everything else is they made.
Yeah, everything from dolls to marshmallows with your face on them to a bust of you to the original statue, many paintings. Gosh, what else was there? You said
must be. Well, my favorite thing is the mask of me that Dylan puts on at the waffle party.
Yes.
I love that. That's probably my favorite piece of art from the show is the waffle party mask. I like the way I look in that.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was hilarious. None of us were expecting that. And that would be fun if all when the show is all over, if they would let you take something with you. I know you get that a lot, but that would be awesome. I mean,
I guess we'll find out when the show is over.
yeah. What would you take?
Or
Sorry, what?
What would I take?
Yeah.
I would take, I would take that mask, I would take the bust, I would take the little plushie doll, I would take Cobell's doll, I would take some paintings. I wouldn't take the big statue, obviously. I probably wouldn't take the wax figure because where would I put it? I live in a little apartment. But the artwork is all amazing. I would take whatever they would let me have. But
yeah. Really?
I doubt they would let me have anything. It's very expensive. So
probably.
The other thing people don't know is a lot of those pieces of art, like the Civil War painting, there are like 7 or 8 versions of that they had different artists do, and then they kind of picked the one they wanted. So they have multiple different versions of different pieces of art of me, which is
that's amazing.
Have you seen all those? Have you seen those?
I've seen a lot of them.
Mark?
Several, yeah. I've seen a lot of those I've seen a lot of the Civil War painting. I've seen a lot of different ones of that.
Wow. So they could maybe get rid of, if they don't need them, give you some of the ones they don't use. You
know what I really like? You probably didn't even see it clearly. Behind Milchick's desk, there's a like 1 foot by 1 foot kind of bronze square profile of me that it's like a dark thing. It's hard to see sometimes, but that looks really nice. I've never seen that in person, but I would certainly take that if I could have it.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, that's one I didn't notice, actually.
Yeah, it's there. Always behind his desk, right?
And I doubt you'd want.
I didn't notice that.
I was just gonna say, I doubt you'd want a giant wax figure of you and an animatronic here in your house, staring at you or hanging out in your living room. That would just be creepy as hell.
If I had a house, I could certainly have a room for it, but I don't have a house. So.
I don't either. I live in an apartment too. And you wouldn't want one in your apartment. Like, that's for sure. It would just creep you out.
It would take up a little too much of my life.
Yeah. Scarlet, what were you going to say? Scarlet.
Oh, I was going to say 2 things. I thought there should be a scene where he's wearing the Kier mask and then he takes it off and it's Kier underneath.
That'd be an interesting reveal.
Are you getting me? Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
maybe
man.
for season
that
4.
can be the season.
That'd be great. Dieter said, do you know what happened with the story about my lineage and the tree? I forgot. Or do you remember any of that stuff that you said about Dieter and his lineage?
I think so. I'm trying to remember. It's a year and a half ago. Something about I caught him spilling his lineage in the soil, something like that kind of. It was messy, whatever it was.
Yeah. You can slip.
Really?
You can slip into that voice so easily. Just slip in and out of it. That's awesome.
That wasn't the best version of it, but
yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these questions in the chat. They're funny. Let's see.
Have you ever tried ether? Someone just said, have you ever tried ether? I'm seeing that in the thing.
Yeah, have you tried ether?
Recreationally or to get into character?
I hope not.
I'm glad they made that.
Doesn't ether knock you out? Ether pretty much knocks you out, doesn't it? It's an anesthetic, I believe.
Yes.
So I'd be asleep.
It was used as an anesthetic. Yeah. People used to have parties, though, in the 1800s and, do ether, like huff ether together. They called them ether frolics, which is kind of interesting. Frolic is one of the 4 tempers too.
I had an operation. I had an operation when I was 5 years old, and I was put under with ether.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe that's what they do. Maybe that's what they do at a Carnival, because she has that Carnival ticket. Maybe they do ether huffing at the Carnival.
The Carnival. Yeah, there were so many interesting little tidbits in that shrine to Kier. There's the picture of like the younger Kier with a mustache, and the Carnival thing. I would love to know more about what that is, but it's probably just
there's a great origin flashback for them to do. They could do the Carnival.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. Ferris wheels and carousels and me.
Mm-hmm.
Kier would just be
and Cobell at the Carnival.
Well, yeah, it would be little girl Cobell, I guess. Cobell, depending on how long ago the Carnival was.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't have been born yet. But yeah, Kier would be hawking some kind of snake oil, and I could totally see it, like a typical snake oil salesman. I could.
Yeah, like a P.T. Barnum, sort of a P.T. Barnum, I think.
Exactly.
In the beginning, before Lumen.
Exactly.
That's how or a Wizard of Oz, he's like Professor Marvel in the beginning of the Wizard of Oz, kind of a traveling sideshow.
Yes. Let's see. Let's see. I had a question here from Tabitha. How do you personally get into the mindset of a character, especially someone as enigmatic as Kier?
It's hard to answer that because not anywhere near as complicated as you would think. It's not like doing a play or playing Adam's role or Britt's role. It's just I just pretty much get the script and do what it says. There's not at this point anyway. Hopefully, if something ever develops where they do something like a flashback, I'll have to go more in depth. But for what I'm doing now, I pretty much just take Ben's direction. And
was it hard to read any of the stuff, like the stuff about Dieter Egan, without laughing or breaking character at first? Because it sounds hilarious to listen to the stuff you said about Dieter.
I read it, a week or so before I had to do it. So by the time I actually had to do it, it wasn't funny to me anymore.
Because I would be cracking up laughing trying to say. I would be cracking up laughing trying to say that stuff. Yeah. Let's see. So I was gonna say the way I gotta say, like, I loved your delivery of the lines with that bit when you went back and forth with Milchick. The way that you spit out the word, especially the part where you said thank you for that feedback, Seth. The way that you spat out the word, it just with all that with just derision, the same way the rest of the company looked down on him. It was just hilarious. It was one of my favorite parts of the whole finale.
I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah.
On podcasts before too, but the whole thing about his line about the statue being 5 inches taller than me was not in the script when we did the read through of it. But after we read through the script on set, the wax figure was there, and Ben likes to take pictures and videos. And so he had me stand next to the wax figure, and he was taking some photos of me. And then I was having me do the hand movements with the statue while he was moving it. And the statue is really tall. I mean, it's really tall. And I'm not. And so I had to get way up on my toes just to even get our heads next to each other. And I turned to Ben and said, "Why is the statue 5 inches taller than me?" And the next day when we came in to film it, it was in the script.
There you go.
That's awesome. That was one of the best lines. Yeah. And honestly, it surprised me too, because it seems blasphemous that Milchick would say that you know, it's I know the cracks are starting to show in Milchick's character, and he's getting fed up with being, you know, oppressed and you know, bullied by this company. But wow, I mean, he was actually, creating barbs with you, and
He's having a hard day in that episode. He's having a hard day. A lot of stuff going on.
It made me wonder if if the character, not the actor, but if the character ad-libbed that part, that wasn't part of what he was supposed to say, you know, because you had just insulted his appearance.
I get the impression he goes off script for that. Is the impression I get. If you want the actual answer, you'd have to ask Dan Erickson, but that's the impression I get, that he goes a little off script.
Right, because you had just insulted his appearance, you know, say what was it? Oh, I'd say the same for you.
I'd say something about you, except for my core principle vision.
Yeah. In other words, you're not handsome. Like it's so yeah. And then he comes back with that. The weird thing about this thing for me, the latest recording, is the fact that this is stuff that clearly couldn't have been recorded before he died, and so it makes me wonder why. Because I know that when you the only version of Kier talking that was not you was the 8-bit Kier congratulating Helly in season 1.
Right.
So,
and that the rationale behind that, as it was explained to me, was because that would have been recorded decades after he was dead, and he wouldn't even known about that technology of computers and things like that. So,
exactly,
to imitate his voice, which was Ben.
Right. So it makes me wonder why they had you do this for the animatronic here. Like maybe they used AI to recreate his voice. I suppose you could explain it that way. You know.
I don't have the answer.
Yeah, it's just odd that they
will be explained.
Right. Yeah, it's just odd how they changed their rationale for that. Like, okay, no, now we're gonna have you do this for real. But I'm glad they did. You really nailed that delivery. I thought it was a great decision on their part to use you.
From my experience on the show, nothing is an accident. They have a reason for everything they do, so I'm sure they have some reason.
Oh, 100%. 100%. They block, even just the blocking of every single shot is intentional. The way that they block it, the colors, the lighting, cinematography, nothing is an accident. Yeah, that's the brilliance of this show. And so yeah, I just the way that you spat out the word like it left a nasty taste in your mouth. Yeah, I was cracking up laughing. Were you directed to kind of hiss that Seth, the way that you said it, or did you just interpret it with that kind of sass?
That's how I interpreted it. Ben gave me pretty much free range when we did that to do. I'm sure I did it more than one way, and I guess that's the one he liked best. I like that one best too.
Well, you nailed it. You nailed it because that made the scene for me. We get to. Sorry, what was that?
I said thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
It was amazing. So Tony had another question here for you, Mark. Could you describe a time when you had to make a significant adjustment to your performance based on feedback from a director or another actor, and what you learned from that experience?
Well, first of all, the second part of that question is I would never alter my performance from feedback from another actor. That's kind of taboo. From a director, all the time. I mean, especially in theater. I mean, there are notes after everything, so you're always altering your performance.
Of course. Right. You know, it's just part of being an actor. You have to learn to take direction and adjust.
Yeah, I mean, you go in with your preconceived notion of, you've read the script and you have a preconceived notion of what you think the character is and what you want to do, but that may not be what the director ends up wanting. So you have to change it to serve the play or the piece you're doing. And a lot of directors will, like Ben, will really give you a wide berth and free. And if it's not what they want, they'll tell you what they want. But I think Ben is very good at casting people and trusting that they'll do the right thing. And if they're not doing it, then he'll tell them, certainly.
Right. That's the key, casting the right person, and then you don't have to give all that much direction. I have a question here from John Answers. He says Kier's philosophies are treated like scripture at Lumen. Did you draw inspiration from any real life figures or ideologies? I think we already had a question similar to that, but
yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say, the only thing I could compare it to is a cult leader, like a Jim Jones or some kind of cult leader.
Right. I got cult vibes from day one. It's and now it's much more overt in season 2. It started more subtle, and then you start to get the idea that it's a cult when you see Cobell's shrine, and then in season 2 they're outright saying things like, we should thank Kier for our time with Irving, in replacing God with Kier in circumstances where you would say God.
And the town is named Kier. They live in a town named Kier.
Yeah.
And my picture's on all the license plates on the cars. I mean, it's definitely, he's definitely the leader of something. I was just watching some footage online from the Paley Fest that a lot of the cast was doing the past few days in California. And in their talking, they mentioned drinking the Kool-Aid a lot. So that had that kind of Jim Jones cult feel to it.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. This is 100% a cult. I mean, if it was unclear to anybody in season 1, it is clear now. And the Kier hymn. I mean, you have a hymn, which is amazing, right?
And Patricia sang it beautifully.
She did.
I love that recording.
She has a nice voice. None of us were expecting that. All of a sudden, she's just singing.
That was surprised me. I didn't know that song existed until I saw the episode. I was like, oh, she's singing a song about me. Oh, nice. That was nice.
That's awesome. Someone else, speaking of things that might have surprised you, Mackie Valls said, I'm wondering, was it out of nowhere when you found out about the black versions of the Kier paintings? Don't know what else to call it. He called it Black Kier. What did you think?
I pretty much found out about those when I saw them. When you found out about them as well. It's wonderful, and I thought Trammell and Sydney both did amazing work in it. I thought it was a really great scene. You can, there's so much you can do without speaking, and they did all of it. So I really liked it.
That's exactly how I felt too. Watching the scene, there was so little said between Milchick and Natalie, but they communicated so much with their eyes and their facial expression. Wow, how offensive this was.
They both knew. You could tell they both knew what was going on in the other one's mind, and there was a shared experience there. It's really well done.
Truly, yeah, introducing that that element of racism, and the two of them share that experience in this company, but they're afraid to say anything, so they just communicated it with their eyes. But yeah, that was wild. So let's see, what else do I have here?
As we've seen, Lumen isn't above killing people, as we've seen. So you have to be careful at Lumen.
Right? Exactly. I mean, they're capable of anything. So,
yeah.
So
even when people get sent to the break room, I mean, people come out with, and bandages on their head, and so
right,
not the safest place to work.
There was always that hint of violence. Now it just became more overt. Now we're actually seeing extreme examples of the violence that Lumen is capable of.
Speaking of violence,
yeah, but you get all those PIP cards.
Really, how amazing was that whole scene in the hall? Christie and Mr. Drummond and Mark in that fight. I mean, wow.
That was unbelievable. None of us saw that.
I'm a big fan of Gwyneth Christie from Game of Thrones. I was a big Game of Thrones watcher as well.
Mm-hmm.
So when she came in and started fighting, I was like, okay, she's back.
Right? Oh, that was amazing. Yeah, Scarlett's a big fan of hers too, and she's glad to see her back.
Yeah, but I've only seen her on Wednesday. I've seen her on Wednesday, and I've seen her as Lucifer in the Sandman.
I've seen both of those. That's something else I watched. I watched Sandman, I watched Wednesday, and I watched Game of Thrones. So I've watched a lot of things.
All right.
I keep calling her Gwyneth. It's Gwendolyn Christie. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Boy, could she fight. She took down Drummond in an epic battle. Amazing.
You save that baby goat.
Had to save Emil, the baby goat.
Emil.
So our friend Real Cinema Therapy here is in the chat. She has a channel covering Severance. She wanted to know if you think that James Egan really worships Kier, or if he's using it to further Lumen's success.
Well, Kier's his great grandfather, so I mean, and he's the head of, he started the company, so I'm sure he idealizes him, in some respect. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. I tend to think that Lumen has perverted the original message of Kier, and I think that's hinted at when you compare the painting of the Four Tempers, which is so biblical and traditional, and then you see the Four Tempers in Waffle Party, and at the end of the dance, they literally get into the same position that they were in the painting, except they're wearing lingerie. So it's literally perverting that painting. It's doing a perverted version of the painting. That's why I tend to think Lumen, like some like evangelicals, like certain groups take original messages and they, use them for profit. Use religious principles, and then they profitize them. That's what it seems like Lumen is doing to me.
But at the waffle party, when the person goes to the bed and puts the mask on, you probably notice next to the mask is a cat of nine tails, just like the one I have in the painting that has the 9 core principles on it. So I'm sure if the scene continues, if Dylan hadn't left, I'm sure that you meant to use the cat of nine tails to tame the Four Tempers.
Oh yeah,
would be my assumption.
I'm sure that was going to be part of it, and potentially some other nasty, group activities there.
But
it implied that something sexual was going to happen if he hadn't left.
Oh, they're in lingerie, so yeah, I get that impression.
Yeah, I don't. So yeah, I tend to think that they perverted the original message, but who knows? Isabella has a question for you, Mark. Is it in your contract to keep your beard? It's a glorious one, if I may say so.
It is not in my contract to keep my beard. But you're not seeing me live anyway, so it really wouldn't be. I mean, they already have all the pictures they need of me with it. On the show weekly live, it might be in the contract that I had to keep it. But knowing Severance, they would probably make a fake one and not care if I had it or not. So they're pretty good at that.
That's true. Yeah. In this case, they wouldn't need you for that. But you do other roles that require beards, right?
I had, certainly. I'm in a film that's streaming on Max now called A Different Man, that I play homeless guy, and I have a bigger beard than this, and my hair is really long for that. I actually told somebody on a podcast recently, I actually like getting rid of or really cutting down the beard whenever I can, because with the beard and the hair like this, I have 3 options. I can play a homeless person, I can play a rabbi, or I can play a homeless rabbi. That's about it.
Yeah.
I have some other options.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that movie, A Different Man, you said. You get to play a younger and an older version of yourself. That's so interesting.
I'm just in two scenes. I'm in one scene at the very beginning and one scene at the very end, but they're 20 years apart. So you see me, with dark hair in the beginning, and then I look much older at the end. They did a great job. Actually, the hair and makeup department was nominated for an Oscar for it. Not for me, but I mean for the makeup of the whole film.
That's terrific.
And Sebastian Stan won the Golden Globe as Best Actor for it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And someone was asking if you have anything currently that you wanted to that you're working on that you can promote, but I think you have NDAs, right? So you can't say anything.
I do. With the exception of A Different Man, which I can talk about. Obviously, I have a couple other projects that I have numerous NDAs and can't speak about until they've been released. So
Gotcha.
Nothing I can talk about.
You're doing some auditions right now for some things too. Is that right?
Lots of auditions. That's always a
yeah.
thing. Audition is the next thing.
Whoop. My lighting went down. Just a second. Okay. So what was your reaction? I gotta ask, to that waffle party scene when you first saw it, and Dylan laying on the bed or sitting on the bed with your head on.
I loved it. I'm sure it was much more traumatic for him than it was for me, but I loved it. I thought it was a great scene, and I love the way that mask looks. I love that mask. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was amazing. They did a phenomenal job on all of the artwork. They really did. And the art direction on this show is just top tier. And so let me see. I want to get another question in here for you. Samuel said, did they ask you if you'd be willing to drink raw eggs and milk when you were auditioning? Probably not.
They did not. They did not ask me that, but I would gladly do it if they needed me to.
Yeah.
I do.
I'd always have 3 raw eggs for breakfast.
Raw eggs and milk, which is basically the batter for waffles. Raw eggs and milk is waffles.
Yeah. That's awesome. It's just I could never, but that's that was Kier's breakfast every day. Mr. Grant Gregory is asking, he's a friend of the channel as well, and also a frequent collaborator here. He wanted to know what is it that modern horrors lack when it comes to the classics like Rosemary's Baby, and what needs to change to bring back the golden days of horror. He must be aware from other interviews that you're a horror fan, Mark.
Well, he also must be aware from other interviews that Rosemary's Baby is my all-time favorite film, because I've said that in a couple of Rosemary's Baby. What do I think they need to change? I think a lot of horror films today have a problem ending their films. I think people have a problem with endings, is what I've been noticing. So that would be my answer. See, something like Rosemary's Baby is based on a book, so it already had a strong ending.
I think horror has been doing. I think in recent years, I like the way horror has evolved into the elevated horror area, like Hereditary and things like that.
Hereditary, The Witch. I love those films.
Yeah. Elevated horror is great. So I think horror is doing pretty well. Well, I mean, the last few years I'm not really up on it, but Samuel had asked, would you be willing to make a fake beard with your real beard? The best ones are made of real hair. You do have a beautiful
just going back one step before I answer that question, in case anybody's pondering it in their minds. I realize waffle batter has more than eggs and milk in it. I don't mean that was an entire waffle batter. Anyway, what was the question?
Would you be willing to make a fake beard using your real beard if you cut it off? Because the best ones are made of real hair.
Sure. I mean, I would, but I don't think they'd want to use the hair from my beard to make one. But they could certainly have it if they would like to.
There must be a lot of work to maintain. Like to you'd get knots in it if you don't keep it nice and well groomed.
It's just like washing and combing your hair. Same thing. I mean, you have to do that. You have to wash that and comb it. So same thing.
And eating. Oh my God, it's got to be a lot of food particles and stuff. You got to make sure you clean that.
Well, speaking of eating, I was in a restaurant the other day and I was by myself and I had this sort of like French dip sandwich, something that had a lot of juice. So you dip the thing in. And I finished and I was talking to the waitress for about 5 minutes after that. And we just talked. She didn't say a word to me and I got ready to leave. And I was like, I think I'm going to go use the men's room before they even looked in the mirror. And my entire beard was brown. I mean, it looked like I dyed it. I'm like, I cannot believe she didn't tell me I was about to walk out of here with this gigantic. I looked like I was a zombie and I just ate someone. So luckily,
Oh
I
my
took that
God.
little trip to the bathroom or I wouldn't have known.
Right. And you said that I heard in another interview you talked about this. When you auditioned for Severance, your beard was even longer than this, right? It was you were growing it out during the
Not when I
pandemic.
auditioned. Right. When we did the photo shoot, it was longer than this. When I auditioned, it was probably a little shorter than it is right now. It's probably more like, to like here, a couple inches shorter.
The photo for the photo shoot, yeah. How long was it? Would you say like how long like down? Like
Like those brothers cough drop people. It was long. It was long. The longest it's ever been. It was very.
That's wild. So let's see, what else do I have here? What are some of your favorite theatrical productions you've been in? You've probably done a lot over your career.
I have done many. People have asked me that question before. It's usually the one I'm doing at the time. Usually tends to be, or whatever the last one was. Like for instance, Ride the Cyclone. I really enjoyed doing. I've done a couple productions of Cabaret. I really enjoy doing those. A lot of things that are more obscure that people probably won't know. There's a play called The Mystery of Irma Vep that I've done. I really love doing that play. I did another Brad Fraser. That was a fun show to do.
Which one? I'm sorry.
When you, excuse me.
Which Brad Fraser play was it?
Unidentified Human Remains and the True Nature of Love.
Yes. Which
was made into a film called Love and Human Remains. But usually it's whatever I'm doing, unless it's just not good. Aside from that, it's usually what I'm doing.
Right. So, like, did you have trouble breaking into theater acting? Like, did it take you a while to kind of have your breakout moment? Like, what was like your big break? Would you say in theater?
I don't necessarily know that I've had it yet. I'm still working towards that. I'll let you know when it happens.
But you've been at it for a long time. That takes a lot of persistence. Like, what? Like, how old were you when you got your first part in a production?
Like in New York, like a professional production, like a union equity production.
Yeah.
18.
You said 18?
Yeah, like 18 or 19, I guess.
Was it like probably the classic story of so many actors who move to New York and have to wait tables and really hustle going out for auditions and stuff like that, right?
One of the first things I did when I got here during the first year that I was here actually was a long time. I got cast in a Woody Allen film called Stardust Memories that I had a very, very small part in. And then I started doing a lot of theater after that and didn't really go back to auditioning for film and television for a long time.
Right. So you only just made the switch to doing like TV roles more recently, right? Like,
in 2018, I started auditioning for things, and I think the first big thing I did was a series called Katie Keene, which was a spin-off of Riverdale, comic book thing. We only had one season. That was like the first major TV thing that I would consider a big thing that I did.
Yeah, and you said you were in cabaret, but like, was it not a singing part? Just
I'm not a singer, but
yeah,
I've been in cabaret twice. The character does sing, but it's not a difficult singing role by any stretch of the imagination. It's within the scope of what I can do.
have you
But Ride the Cyclone was a musical, but my character didn't have to sing at all. I've done a
oh
lot of musicals where I didn't have to sing. I've done West Side Story, but I played Doc, who doesn't sing at all. I've, Ride the Cyclone, the character doesn't sing at all. I've done a few other musicals where the character doesn't sing, but it's hard to find those parts.
right. Doug did The Sound of Music a few times, but non-singing roles. So, but Doug does some singing too, and he did some singing in musicals and stuff like that. But yeah. So like, what genre? Which genres did you do the most as a theater actor? Did you just do like a variety of things, comedy, drama?
I did pretty much everything. Not a lot of musicals, obviously, but tons of period things, some Shakespeare. I mean, a lot of stuff. Pretty good variety. I did it for a lot of years, so pretty good variety. A lot of original plays.
Nice. Oh, some Shakespeare. Doug did Shakespeare too. Doug has done a lot of that kind of stuff, and it's just cool. Like, I haven't had a chance to do a lot of interviews yet. I'm new at this. This is new for me, so it's just cool. Like, you're my third, and just the amount of similarities between your career and Doug's career. It's wild to me.
Well, Mark makes a good point. Part of it is just longevity. If you're around long enough, and if you're that and you're a character actor, chances are excellent that you're going to be doing a wide variety of things. It's just the nature of the business.
And I actively look for things that are different, from the thing I did before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't so much a matter of choice, but I spent many years at the Shaw Festival, and they did a very good job of throwing different things at me without my having to ask. So it was that work was kind of done for me.
You'll think this is interesting. I was doing a play. I won't say what play, and someone who was Canadian who was involved gave me the direction. They said, "Do it like the Shaw Festival. Just never look at the other actors. Look at the audience the whole time."
Well, that wasn't my experience of the place, I have to say. Not at all.
I've never been there, so I don't know what their style is, but
I don't know. That's
it was funny.
No, it's a great line, but I would say that applies more to the Stratford Festival than Shaw.
Oh, it was the Stratford Festival. I'm sorry, you're right.
There you go.
I take it back.
There you go.
Festival. My apologies to the Shaw Festival. It's the Stratford. So if someone's going to hate me, it can be the Stratford Festival. Yes, they called it Stratford acting, actually. They said, look out the whole time, like Stratford acting.
Yeah.
It's not Shaw.
Yeah. So, if you don't mind, there are more questions in the chat, Mark. We could ask more questions. Okay.
Sure, I can answer them. I'm happy to.
Awesome. So let's see. I saved a bunch here. Let's see, from Dieter. I don't know what you would say to this personally, but he says, if you could speak to the severed employees directly, what would you say to them about the purpose of their existence within Lumen? Like, what would your opinion be? Like why they're there, I guess.
To serve Kier, you child. No. We're here to serve Kier.
There you go. You're here to serve Kier. Oh man, yeah. That was one of my favorite moments when she Bell busted that out at Mark. It was a jump scare. It was a legitimate jump scare. Yeah, we serve Kier, you child. Amazing.
Somebody T-shirt, we serve Kier, you child. And there was an ad that I saw. I saw an ad online. I think it was for a restaurant, and they had cocktails, and it was like a meme for a restaurant, and the person was asking what they had to drink or something, and the waiter was holding a bottle of Kier, and they said, "We serve Kier, you child."
Nice.
That's awesome. Oh man. Like, I mean, if I don't know, like if you get recognized at all, but like if I saw you just walking down the street, I would be tempted to say, "Oh, praise Kier," you know. But have you been recognized
that much? I don't get recognized that much, and I think it's because they don't see me live, so their mind doesn't make the connection.
Yeah.
You know, the wax figure and the paintings don't necessarily connect to an actual person. And it's so funny because I read a lot of theories and things online, which I have to stop doing actually. And people don't realize the paintings are all, even at this point, after 2 years, don't realize the paintings are all based on one real person. They think they're a bunch of other people, and they think they're all famous. They think they're Paul Rudd, and they think they're Owen Wilson, and they think they're someone else, and they think they're just AI generated, that that's just a face they made up. But they're all me.
I can tell. I can see it, even though there is a difference in the length of the beard and the hair color and whatnot. I can tell. Fletch here has a question for you. Hello, Mark. Hope you are well. Are you expecting more TV screen time next season? You're basically the main character of the show, but you don't often show up. How do you feel about that aspect?
Well, it's great being like the face of Lumen. That's a great thing to be. I have not been told anything about next season yet, so I really can't answer that. And if I had been, I really couldn't tell you anyway. But I haven't been. I hope there's more next season. We will see when the scripts come in.
Oh, that it would be wonderful if they would give you a flashback or a dream sequence or just something. I really want to see the origin story, you know, because I think that, you know, it's likely Kier was, you know, a kind of a con man. The people who start cults, it's all about control, and so, but there was something that must have shaped him to become the way he is. You know, like Doug has quoted Mary Shelley about it's basically a quote saying monsters are not born, they are made. And you know, a villain has a heart that was once pure but is now corrupted. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically part of the Mary Shelley quote. And I think that there's probably a reason why Kier turned into a cult leader. That maybe being forced to work in youth effector as a child, perhaps. Something had to make him become that way, and I'd love to know what it was.
Let's hope we find out. I was in a play about Mary Shelley, actually. I played Lord Byron in a play about Mary Shelley.
Oh, no kidding.
Called The Frankenstein Summer. That's the name of the play.
Oh, sounds fun.
It was about the night. It was about the night that she wrote Frankenstein.
Really? Oh, that's so cool. Scarlet, do you have questions? Do you want to add here?
Do you have any experience of goats?
I have any experience with goats? Only the act I used to do in vaudeville, but aside from that, no.
Oh, okay.
Everybody was using donkeys, so I went for goats. But
have you had any pets?
Excuse me?
Have you had any pets?
Oh yeah, I've had pets my whole life.
What kind of pets?
I had a dog for 15 years. And one of the other podcasts I did, the host had a pug in his lap, which was fun because I love pugs. But as a child, we had dogs, we had cats, all kinds of things. I actually even had an alligator as a child, a little one of those mini kind of alligators.
Wow.
Cool. His name was
Oh my
Samson.
God.
Did they follow you to school?
Uh-oh. So if there's a long pause at times, I apologize. That there's some kind of a lag going on. So, and if I talk over you too, I apologize. But there is a little bit of a lag happening here.
It's really glitchy tonight.
StreamYard is glitching a lot. It's not usually like this. So sorry about that.
And there are 4 of us. There are 4 of us also, so it's hard to.
Right. So Tabitha had a great question here for you, Marc. Kier's influence is both omnipresent and ambiguous. Truly remarkable how you help bring that to life. If you could have a scene where you, as Kier, directly address the employees of Lumen, what would you like to say to them? If you could, like, if you had the power. Obviously, you're not the writer, but
I don't necessarily know if Kier would directly speak to the employees of Lumen. I think he might have some kind of a scene with Helena, or with Marc, or I think it would be something more intimate than talking to the employees en masse, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think he would, lower himself to their level to address them personally. They're treated as subhuman. Tabitha also asked if you could have a conversation with any historical figure besides Kier, of course, who would it be and why?
That's what I would have to think about. A historical figure. I have no idea. If something comes to me, I'll let you know, but I have no idea.
Those are that kind of question. I think that's something I need to think about as well.
That's the kind of question you have to give me in advance.
Yeah. Dieter was wondering if you think the control that Kier's implemented over Lumen's employees is in their best interest, or is it solely for the benefit of the company? And this is a big thing that we've discussed in the fandom, whether Kier intended it to be altruistic, get rid of people's pain, or whether this was really just about controlling them.
I think probably for the benefit of the company, but I would have to wait until I saw a script that told me that. That would be my inclination. But from everything I've seen on the show and from what I know, he doesn't seem like the most altruistic person in the world.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. I don't think so. I think it maybe something corrupted him and made him want to control people. If you look at any cult, they may say that this is trying to help people, but it always comes down to control at the end of the day. Always comes down to that. Scarlet is back.
In a town where everything's named after yourself, and everything is Kier or Kier related or Kier relative related, gives you a hint. He's probably it's probably a little self-centered.
Right. And even on the license plates there's Kier, his image, and it says Remedium Hominibus, Latin, which is Latin for a cure for mankind. They present this as altruistic. We're going to cure your pain. We're going to, prevent you from having to experience anything unpleasant. That's how they're going to market these chips, apparently. But look at the control that they have over these people, and imagine the implications of what they can do with these chips. It's like mind control. It's like a more technologically advanced form of brainwashing, I think, what we're doing here.
Seems so.
Let's see. Dieter has a bunch of questions here. Let's see, there's a lot. I don't know if you want to do this, but Dieter had asked you. Dieter had asked you if you would say this. I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Too late.
Oh, I can see it.
Yeah.
Which voice do you want?
I guess the
Okay.
any any of the Kier voices.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Hello, this is Marc Geller, Kier Egan on Severance, and you're listening to Julie B. Deep Dives.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. That was hilarious. I love the Kier voice.
We did the,
You could do
if we did the perpetuity voice. If we did the perpetuity voice, it would be, you're listening to Julie B.
Deep six.
That's phenomenal. Oh my God. You could do voice work too. Have you ever considered doing voice work? Have you?
You do. Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's something that you'd be great at. Doug does voice work too, you know, and I know a lot of actors started doing it during the pandemic, right? So,
Hence the recording studio beside me.
Yes, I noticed that.
Yeah, mine is a small place too. And this takes up way too much of it, but gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to wade through questions that have already been asked and questions that have not. Let me see here. Oh, Dieter had a question here. Are there any particular roles outside of Severance that you feel were pivotal to your growth as an actor?
Pretty much every single one that I've done in some way.
Yeah.
They all kind of add to the, they all kind of make it into the mix in some way and influence everything else.
What's your favorite genre? Do you have a favorite genre to do as an actor?
I really like doing comedy. I did a lot of, many years ago, improv. I was in an improv group and I did a lot of improv for a while. So I enjoy doing comedy. I've done a lot of plays that involve quick change and comedy, like Baskerville, which is a history of Irma, where their Irma are plays that have two people in them, but we each play 30 parts and we quick change in just seconds, complete costumes. And Baskerville is the same thing. I think I played 14 people in Baskerville. So I enjoy doing those. I think they're a lot of fun. There's no time to think. You just have to do it.
Wow, that's amazing. I always found that hilarious, like an amazing, bits like that where people have to do quick changes and that's just so impressive to be able to do that on the spot. You played 14 different people in one
in
thing.
Baskerville. I played 14 people. Yeah. In Irma Vep, much like Adam, I did a scene with myself where I was in a doorway, and every time I would go out, my entire costume would change, and I'd come back in a second later and be the other person, and go out and come back in and be the other person. That's really fun.
God.
Stuff.
My fifth play, Something Fishy, is a bit like that. It's 5 actors who play 14 different roles, and it's full of quick changes and lots of those sleights of hand where you see an actor go off one side of the stage and then magically appear on the other side a second later,
I love that kind of stuff. It's so much fun to do. Funny things like that, and then really heavy, dramatic things. So I like, the two extremes. I enjoy the most.
Well, and also improv is, I have so much respect for people that have the ability to do comedic improv. Because I don't know how people do that right on the spot like that. That's so cool. I didn't know that you did improv comedy. That's so interesting.
And when you do it, I haven't done it in a while, but when I was doing it, you're so sharp and so quick. Your mind just gets really focused and sharp and quick. And now that I'm not doing it, I notice a complete difference that I don't think nearly as fast. But it's a lot of fun to do.
I bet. Where have you generally done most of your work? In theater, has it mostly been, when you were still doing theater, was it mostly in New York? Or did you do a lot of traveling around?
A lot of it A lot of it's regional. A lot of it's in places like Arena Stage in DC, or theaters in California, or wherever. I have done stuff in New York, but I'd say the majority of it is regional.
Nice.
Yeah. I think Toronto.
Speaking of quick change multiple character plays, I could do a play about Rhode Island and play the entire population.
You could.
And a clan.
You could. We're a tiny state, that's for sure. Doug, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I think Toronto and New York have that in common in that if you're an actor and you want to be cast, it's a great city to live in. It doesn't mean you're necessarily going to work there. Often the stuff you're cast in is happening elsewhere.
Right. Now that I'm doing film and television, I'm pretty much always in New York. So it's different than when I was doing primarily theater and I was traveling around all the time. I would go out of town at least 3 times a year to do, different shows in other states. Now I'm pretty much here most of the time.
Nice. Nice. I mean, yeah, it's got to be difficult doing that, traveling all over the place and, just being on the road all the time.
I love that kind of thing. I love hotels. I love actor housing. I love all that. So I don't mind that at all.
Yeah. I mean, it has its drawbacks, but I think I would love that ability to travel too. I mean, Doug did an immense amount of traveling too around Canada as an actor in theater, and it's a great excuse, opportunity to do that. See so much of your country, while just working at the same time. So yeah, that does sound so exciting. It must have been an awesome experience to do that.
Doug and I are going to do a 2-man version of Anne of Green Gables in Canada. We're going to tour all around Canada.
When I did Sound of Music the first time, we referred to it as Anne of Green Gables.
That's awesome.
This is an interesting fact that you might appreciate and no one listening probably cares about, but the actress who did the original movie version in like 1930 or something of Anne of Green Gables was so popular and so known for it that she changed her name to Anne Shirley after that, and for the rest of her career was billed as Anne Shirley.
I had no idea. What was her name? Do you know?
I don't remember, but she became so famous for playing the part that she changed her name. In every other film she did, she was Anne Shirley.
Wow. Amazing.
Interesting tidbit that no one cares about.
Well, here's another tidbit about Anne of Green Gables for you. It's hugely popular with the Japanese. Prince Edward Island gets inundated with Japanese tourists every summer because of Anne of Green Gables.
Really?
Which is kind of fascinating to me because the cultures could not be more different, but there's something about Anne of Green Gables that Japanese schoolgirls just find fascinating. So
we can get Patricia Arquette to play Marilla. It would be great. We'll tour around with it.
There you go.
Oh, Scarlet dropped off again. She must be having technical difficulties. Anyway.
Press board.
She has a lot of technical difficulties sometimes, and this must be an internet issue she's having tonight. I got a question here from Mr. Grant Gregory. Marc, how important was the role you played in Daddy's Girl, and what message of representation, especially back over 10 years ago?
That was just a short kind of festival film where I played someone who was transitioning from a man to a woman. It was a different time. I doubt I would be cast in that now. And the person who played my wife in that was a person who had transitioned from a man to a woman in real life, and is an actress, a wonderful actress, actually. It was an interesting experience. It was a long time ago, though, and it was a totally different climate when I did it than it is. So I doubt I would be used for that now in today's world.
Right. Yeah, now they would probably get, a trans actor.
Well, it was a trans actor, yeah.
Right, absolutely.
And it was odd because, as I said, there was a trans actress in the film. So it was bizarre in the sense that I was playing the trans character and the actual trans actress was not. So that was unusual.
Do you have a favorite role that you've played? Over your whole career, do you have like? I mean, that must be a difficult question to answer, but do you have like a favorite theater role or a favorite movie or TV role?
A lot of them, but I mean, if I go way back, I played Alan Strang in Equus, and I love that show, and I love that part. Obviously, that was a long time ago because he's like 19, so I won't be playing that part again. I could play the other part though. I could play the doctor,
Play the psychiatrist, absolutely.
I could play Dice Hart now, so I really enjoy doing that. Yeah, I mean, there are so many. It's hard to say. Like I said, it changes from show to show, from project to project. You kind of love whatever it is you're working on if it's good. I love being Kier.
Awesome. Gotta love being Kier. I mean, this is iconic. This is iconic. I mean, even though you're not physically in the show as of yet, you know, it's just it's so cool, you know, having your presence throughout the show and your likeness and I mean, who knows what could happen. There are wild theories out there that Kier is still alive somehow. You've heard
them all. I'm living with Walt Disney's head in the deep freeze somewhere. But yeah, I've read a lot of those. It's just it's a fun project to be a part of because it's become such a part of the culture. It's actually, you know, there are, you know, words and quotes and things that are, you know, are actually kind of in the zeitgeist now. It's, you know.
Julie,
it's just sort of a social.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm going to have to bail on you. I've got to get up in the morning, so I'm going to have to, and it's about 2 minutes from midnight, which is when I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. So
yeah, it's been a long time. Nice meeting you.
It was nice meeting you too, Mark. I hope we get to do it again.
Yes, that'd be great.
All right.
I look forward to seeing.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow, but thanks for having me on again.
Oh, thanks for being here, Doug. We always love to have you, and have a good night.
Okay, take care. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
And then there were three.
And then there were three. And they just let me know if you're ready to bail now. It's been you've been extremely generous with your time, and we appreciate it.
Oh, bye, Doug. I didn't know I had my mic muted. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you just let us know when you're ready to head out, Mark. You've been so generous with your time.
Otherwise, you know, whatever you want to do.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, why do I see Owen Wilson's name, who I just mentioned in the comments? It says someone just wrote Chris Allen wrote Owen Wilson. That's all I say.
Okay.
That's one of the people think the pictures are of. So.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that.
It's usually Paul Rudd. They usually think it's Paul Rudd. That's the one I hear the most. But there are about 5 of them that
right
get brought up over and over again.
Scarlet, do you have more questions?
I'm sorry.
What's your favorite color, Mark? You got
green.
One? Do you have a favorite color? Oh, that's not lumen blue or Audi red.
No, my favorite color is green, and my second favorite color is orange. Neither of them are lumen colors. Well, green kind of is. Hella usually wears blue and green. I mean,
they have those green rings. They have those green rings in that game that Ms. Hung plays. Have you seen it with the Kier?
My water game. Oh,
yeah,
speaking
the water
of
game.
One, I would like that.
No.
Are we frozen again?
Yeah, it froze for a second. I apologize for all the technical issues. I don't know why this has happened. This is literally, I have done many, many live streams, and this has never happened
Yeah.
before. I don't know what the issue is, but I think it's something within StreamYard itself, because it happened to Sci-Fi Vision, and she doesn't have that issue normally either. So I'm so sorry about that, but I appreciate your patience.
Do you see the comment here that says, Mark, careful, Julie mostly streams for 8 hours. You better get yourself some food and something to drink or something.
So water, food, buffet, and other snacks.
Oh, I see a question here. Someone said, Mark, is Leslie Donaldson as nice in person as she appears to be in interviews? Yes, Leslie Donaldson is lovely. She's a very, very nice person. I'm still in contact with her. I believe she's in Canada now. She's Canadian. Very nice. And she was lovely to work with. That was Mr. Grant Gregory who asked that.
Yes, Mr. Grant Gregory. He's awesome. He joins us on the panel as a collaborator pretty often. Matt Gilbert, so I'm hearing the voice of Kier in more than one way. He's a great theorist. We have there's such awesome theories out there in the community. Matt Gilbert has some of my favorites, and they're logical. Some theories are pretty out there and crazy, like like the board is really just a bunch of Egan's brains in jars. Things like that.
The theory I've been hearing a lot is that we're aliens.
You've been hearing that that you're all aliens, like the Egans.
I think everybody in the whole show, I think, are aliens, apparently, according to somebody. Or maybe they mean just the Egans. I'm not sure what they mean. Maybe they mean just me. Maybe I'm like that guy in Star Trek, the big giant head.
That's so bizarre. Yeah. Some of these things are just, tinfoily for me. But I like the more logical stuff, the more logical theories. I go with that. Hey, people have fun with it.
I think the most important thing about all these theories, no matter how, or how crazy they are, is that the show is making people think, and it's making people come up with theories. So it's doing its job. So whatever their theories are, fantastic, because that's what it's supposed to do.
Exactly.
It brings up a lot of mythological talk that I enjoy.
Yes. A
like
lot of
Orpheus, Eurydice, the Minotaur, all these different myths I love. When you talk how it applies to the show, it's really great.
Mm-hmm. There's one person whose things I've read online who relates everything to Egyptology, and they really researched the whole thing and with Egyptian gods, and they're well thought. I mean,
Are you raw? Are you raw in this or Horus?
I don't know if I'm raw or Horus. I haven't read their stuff that much, but I know that they worked out with Egyptology. So who knows? Show's not over yet. They could all be right. Who knows? Maybe we are Egyptian aliens.
Right.
Yeah.
We won't know.
Kier's an Egyptian colony, but with a strong Egyptian mythology system. I get it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the person who really doesn't get talked about that much, but really deserves massive praise and massive credit is Dan Erickson, who conceived and wrote the entire show. And I mean, it's all from his mind, every bit of it. So, everyone who loves the show owes a debt to Dan Erickson, who's a love.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really amazing. And I love challenging shows that make you think, that stimulate the mind. TV is no longer the idiot box anymore. I think shows have gotten a lot more deep and challenging and thought-provoking than a lot of the old network TV shows that kind of pandered to the lowest common denominator, I think. TV has really elevated its game for a while now, and Apple TV in particular is just killing it with the thought-provoking concepts, especially Severance. I put Severance and From as like the top 2 shows out there right now. There's just nothing that could compare, I think.
Severance reminds me a lot of the original Twilight Zone.
Yes.
Similar feel. And Dan Erickson is kind of our version of Rod Serling. Rod Serling appeared on the shows and Dan doesn't, but it's the same kind of thing. He's the creative mind that came up with all of it. It's pretty amazing. It's a whole world that's created.
It's so reminiscent of the Twilight Zone, which I love. That's one of the greatest series ever made. That was a work of genius. And one of the reasons I love From and Severance is because of the Twilight Zone vibes and caught the similar type of situation, and you can see that it was an influence on Dan Erickson or Ben Stiller or whoever it was who decided to name episode 9 the After Hours and drop that Twilight Zone reference. Miss Marsha White, 9th floor, specialties department. I'm looking for a gold thimble. I loved that little.
Who, by the way, was a mannequin.
Yes.
Just like me.
Yes, she was, and then in the very next episode, your mannequin came to life, not really, but your mannequin came to life and starts talking like she yeah. Yeah, I love that kind of elevated, thought-provoking subject matter, and like Twilight Zone and Black Mirror, I get strong vibes from Severance of that kind of thing, especially episode 7, but all of it really.
Well, as a fan,
with Gemma.
As a fan, I like that Severance is entertaining, but also is thought-provoking and has social commentary, and there's a lot there. It's not just fluff. It's well thought out, and there's a lot there, and there's something for everyone, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And it's got comedic elements too. It's not just
it's great.
It's amazing how they incorporate humor into it. Dieter had said, Marc Geller, my brother, addressing you as his brother. He said maybe if you lower your volume, the echo might go away. I don't know. I doubt it. I think it's with StreamYard, but it's fine. The echo is,
is the feedback coming from me? I can't hear it, but I mean, I'm just talking. I don't have a microphone or anything. I'm just talking on my computer. So you're frozen again. Julie is frozen. I'm looking at Julie, totally frozen. She's not moving. Unfreeze, Julie. You look like Miss Marsha White. Unfreeze. Oh, I think we might be done. I think Julie has permanently frozen. And I'm not hearing anything from Scarlet either. I think this might be my show now. It's just me and the people listening. Okay, then. I think we might be finished. Oh, Julie's gone. Now I'm here alone.
Maybe.
Oh, there's Scarlet.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah,
I think this might be my cue to sign off too.
Yeah, sometimes her Chromebook goes dead, and then it takes a while.
I'm going to go as well. I'm going to follow Doug's lead since we're having technical issues. Thank you for having me, and thank Julie when she comes back for having me. And I will talk to you all again soon.
We can have both you and Doug on at a time when you can actually hear everything you're saying.
Yeah, fantastic. I look forward to it. I'm just going to figure out how to sign off, and I'm going to go now. Thank you all who are out there doing questions. It's nice talking to you all. Until next time.
Praise Kier. Hi, I'm here to praise Kier. Hi, I'm here to praise Kier. I'm a goat and I'm on a cake. I'm a goat and I'm on a cake. I will get my goat noises, and now it's my show. It's my show. It's only my show. It's my show. It's a show. This is a show. This is a show. This is a show. It's a go show. So I'm gonna wait a little bit and see if Julie comes back. I did not make the cake. No, I did not make this cake. I did not make the cake. You got any Yellow Jack questions? You got any frog questions? You got any goat questions? You got any Joe McHale questions? Let me know.
Okay. My device just suddenly died. Anyway. Scarlet, are you there?
Yes, I am. I was doing a little show while you're gone. A little goat dance.
Little goat dance, yeah. So what happened? What happened while I was away?
I disgraced Kier and he left. No, he just said he had to go.
The last thing I heard was, like maybe the echo. He said it was the echo coming from me, and then that's it. My device died.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just have, if we have them back on, we'll just have to check everybody's levels. Everybody should just go out of StreamYard and back into it and see if that's the problem,
Yeah.
Maybe check everybody individually before we start.
Yeah. See, it's gone now. It's gone now. So I think it was coming from him, but I don't know how or why. But the echo, see, the echo's gone now.
Yeah.
No, it's not me, Samuel. I tried that. I tried rebooting my device before we went live. That noise was already there. But so I tried rebooting my device, and I tried going out and coming back in again. It wasn't me. So yeah, that sucks. I just feel bad because it could be his computer. Yeah, it definitely wasn't me. Believe me, I tried everything, and we got here early. We got here, I was in, even though we actually went live late, I was in here 10 minutes early, just getting, introducing myself to Marc and talking, and then the echo, we noticed the echo, and we tried different things. I tried switching to my webcam mic, and I tried switch, I tried everything I could think of, and including rebooting the device. It didn't work. Yeah, sorry. So sorry guys for the audio issues, and that completely threw me. So I didn't get, hopefully I got to as many questions as I could. I got to a lot of questions. Scarlet, I was just completely thrown by that.
Yeah,
and I know you were
it's fine.
And I know you were.
I had all these troubles. I had additional troubles of it having a choppy effect too, as well as the feedback, and then it just kept kicking me off and back on. Like when I was trying to talk to JB about fixing the audio, anything I could do, and it just kept booting me off and on.
Yeah, I figured that's why you kept. I figured that's why you kept popping off and back on, because you were, in the background trying to, find ways to fix it. I appreciate that you were trying. Thank you.
Yeah. But we know next time we have Marc and Doug together, all we have to do is mention Anne of Green Gables, and we got, some conversation going.
Yeah. That's absolutely right. But the echo situation, I thought it was me, and I was trying in the background also to do different things in the settings. So that threw me. And So I'm sorry. I realized I was not asking you to ask more questions enough. I was like, my head was all over the place, and I was starring questions and then answering as many questions from the chat as possible. But I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I wanted to get you to ask more questions too.
Yeah, I get it, but it really wasn't in the cards. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
And I would have brought you in on it more, but you were also popping on and off trying to help. So, it's just a chaotic situation. But
and plus, once I got back on for a while, I didn't know what you had asked him. I didn't want to repeat.
Right.
But I found out he owned an alligator, so that was cool.
That was awesome. That was a cool tidbit.
Yeah.
I think I appreciate all the. It's okay. I appreciate
they wanted to speak
that
to Kier. They're a little bit too late, and they're getting a little restless.
That's great. Well, I appreciate your efforts that you were trying to help, and I was just kind of panicking, but yeah. Hopefully, I'm looking at the questions that I saved, and I pretty much got to most of them. I only missed a few, and some of them were redundant questions anyway. Let's see. Yeah, there's not much, I think I got to most of Dieter's questions, and like I even had I had some clips. I was going to show like very brief things too, really quick. I thought maybe if I could get away with just a few seconds, but like Dieter was kind enough to make some clips for me, but I was so thrown off by that situation and not knowing how to handle it that I didn't even think of the clips. But and then me dropping off like that, that looked unprofessional as hell. I feel like an idiot. I was trying to in the background find my while still on camera trying to find my charger for this thing, and I couldn't locate it, and then the device died before I could finish grabbing it. Oh, whoa, way too big. What the hell? What the hell? What happened?
It's my opinion the whole night.
Yeah, that pretty much covers it. Yeah.
I wish I could eat this cake.
Oh, that looks so good. Yeah. What is that a goat face on a cake?
Yeah, it's a goat. It's a goat face with a lumen. It has a collar and it has a lumen logo on the collar.
Nice.
Marc was saying before we went on, it was like a winner of a contest. So he must have come up with more than me, like a lumen cake contest.
Wow. Yeah. Wait, when did he say that? Who said that? The cake contest thing?
Marc did.
Oh, okay. Was that when I dropped off?
Oh, no, that's before we went on. I think you were getting ready.
Oh, okay. That's right. Well, I'm looking at the questions. I think at least I got to almost all the questions that I had starred. He was very kind to stay as long as he did, and I just feel bad I didn't get a chance to say I appreciate it. Thank you for staying that long, because of my stupid device issues. Yeah, I feel like an idiot, but yeah, I got to everybody who asked questions. I got to everyone. I just maybe not every single question that they asked, but at least I got to them, I think. Hopefully I didn't miss any. No, that was cool. He's an awesome guy. I mean, just I didn't know like I didn't know that he got fan art and he hangs it on his wall and he talks to
nice.
Yeah. he gets a lot of really awesome fan art, he said, and he hangs it up in his house, and so cool.
Maybe I should draw Kier. See how
you should.
He'll hang me on his wall. My artwork. My goat.
You should totally do that. You should totally do that. Because you do awesome art. You make awesome art. So if you should send him something, I'm sure he'll hang it up.
Yeah, I was drawing frogs while I was waiting for StreamYard to try to come back to some kind of stability.
Yeah. Yeah. He's on Instagram. You're not on Instagram, are you?
No, I am not.
Well, I can always send him a message for you to find out like a mailing information if you want to mail him something, some fan art. I can always do that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay Sleek. I appreciate it. Thanks, Matt. I was kind of freaking out. You had 109 questions. Wow. Okay. Good. I'm glad I got to 5 of your questions. That's great. I'm so glad. And he said that thing in the Kier voice about JulieBDeepDives. That was great. I enjoyed that.
Oh, what did he say? I might have been off. What did he say?
He said something about this is Kier, Kier Egan, and you're listening to JulieBDeepDives. But he said it in the Kier voice.
Nice.
Yeah.
You can use that tomorrow. Cut that out. Dieter, cut that out so we can use it tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much.
Yeah. That would be
play
great.
It beforehand. You can play it beforehand.
Yes. Oh man.
It makes it more of a party.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So and the good thing is I was really listening when he said it. I don't think there was any feedback noise when he said it. So it might be a good soundbite that we can use, hopefully, if there's no feedback. That would be awesome. I would love that. Yeah, then we can use it. Yeah, and it was kind of him to do it. But Dieter, yeah, I don't know if Marc wants to come on again. I'm happy to have him on. I didn't get a chance to tell him that, but
hopefully he'll come on again. No, I asked him if he would come on again or if he would come on again with Doug, and he said yeah. So if you play that part before I start singing and doing my little variety show, as one of the chat people said.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was like, I gotta go, and then I was like, thank you very much, and then I was like, here I am, I'm going to sing about some goats. And
oh, you did? That's hilarious. I'll listen to that on the replay. You were like, I'm surprised you didn't sing the Kier hymn.
Oh, I didn't. I should have. Oh well. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of Kier for one, but I could have done it when he left.
Oh yeah, no. I mean,
I don't want to be dismissed by Kier. That would break my heart.
Yeah, no, that would be. Yeah, no, I would never put you on the spot and say, hey, why don't you sing the Kier hymn for him? I wouldn't do that to you. If you wanted to do it, that's your choice. Well, I'm glad. Thank God you were here when I dropped off. Because if he were just left alone here, that would have been a disaster. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you were here the whole time.
I was kind of choppy, so lucky for me, I came back on so I could talk to him because I was trying and it wasn't doing it for a while. And he was like, should I go? I'm just like, no. I'm typing in an inner chat and I'm like, oh, it's okay. I'm gonna try to come on here.
Oh no, was he alone on here at some point?
No, I couldn't get audio, and then my audio finally just worked.
Oh, okay. How long was that going on?
Maybe about 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. Oh, geez. But then your audio came back, and
yeah. And I was trying to talk to him within the inner chat too, just trying to, say, hold on for a second, I gotta do something, make sure my audio comes back on.
Okay. Well, if it was only 20 seconds, that's not bad. That's okay.
Yeah.
if yeah, because you were here to talk to him, so because if he were left alone on here, that would have been horrible. But the audio,
yeah, he was saying this is Kier's show now. That's what Faith and Repentance said.
He was? Oh my god. He said this is Kier's show now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All will become Kier.
So he had a sense of humor about it.
Yeah,
okay.
He did. That was cool.
Just we said it'll be on replay. Yeah, he was joking. It's his show. Okay. Well, that's good. But you think that's what made him leave, Dieter? Oh. maybe, but I mean, he was here for about 2 hours, right?
So yeah, that's what I was saying. I think him being here for 2 hours is what made him leave, because that's a long time.
That's a long time. You know, we've got to remember. Yeah, we got to remember. Doug is not a typical guest. Doug stays on for 3 hours. One time he was on even longer than 3 hours. I think it was like 3.5 or something. So that's not the norm. Mm-hmm. What he just did was highly unusual. You know, being on for almost, I think it was almost 2 hours. And I was actually just saying before I was kicked off, I think I was just saying, you know, let us know when you're ready to drop off, because Doug had just left too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, hopefully he'll be willing to come back again. He told you he would. So
yeah, you can play it back. Then you hear my silly stuff I did after.
Oh, I'm just glad you were here. My God. Yeah, I could use it in my Severance openings. Oh man, I what?
Those are my kids.
Those are your kids?
Go Fighting Kids.
Oh, that's great.
Cabell's yearbook thing where they say "Go Fighting Kids," and they're like, "They make kids fight," and I'm like, "Kids are baby goats." That's what they're referencing.
Oh man, that's amazing. Yeah. And yeah, I cannot wait to play that clip back of what he said. But I'm pretty sure that there wasn't feedback in it, so I should be able to use it. And Dieter knows how to clip these things. I don't know how. Dieter does that kind of stuff. And Dieter, I appreciate the clips you made. And I like, there was one that was short enough that I could have played it, probably without getting pulled for copyright. But my brain was all over the place because of the feedback noise. And also, having a new interviewee on, I was going to be nervous anyway, juggling a lot. And then you throw that in the mix, and well, yeah, I was kind of panicking a bit, but what was I going to say? Oh yeah, Dieter also recorded a little message that he wanted me to play for Marc. And did I even upload it? No, I didn't. I was going to upload it at the last minute and play it. And Dieter actually recorded a little audio clip, and I accidentally deleted it off my Chromebook, so I couldn't upload it in time. So sorry about that, Dieter. I appreciate all your efforts making the clips for me, and I'll probably use them in other lives. In retrospect, I think it was a good idea not to play even a short clip, because Scarlett, you told me that you've seen lives get blocked and videos get blocked just from playing a few seconds of a show from Apple TV. So
it's really haphazard though. So
yeah,
I mean, I've seen people do watch parties and they watch it and they have it smaller or even bigger. This one girl does it on a big TV behind her, and she almost shows like minutes of the show, and I don't know how she doesn't get pulled.
What the hell? It's so weird. And like,
yeah.
And I had this idea because I watched one of his interviews in preparation for this one, and several of his interviews, but in one of them, at the end of it, when it was all over, there was an end screen. He wasn't on screen anymore, but there was an end screen, and it was a clip of Cobell singing the Kier hymn. So I thought it would be really funny if we opened the live with a clip of Cobell singing it, or something like that. But then I thought, you know what? No, because one time we did a Severance Rewatch live stream, and I believe it was for Severance Rewatch. And while we were live, the whole live went down. Remember that? The whole thing went down?
Yeah.
Yeah, while we were still live. So it wasn't after that it got blocked. We were live and the thing got pulled. And I think we were able to just get right back on, though, right?
Yeah,
so
I think you made another StreamYard link, right?
Yeah. I'm fuzzy on the details, but I'm pretty sure that we were live and we just got taken down while we were still live. And you had warned me that could happen, but I played too many clips anyway. And then I thought, okay, I'm not going to risk that with an interview. As much as I wanted to play the Kier hymn to introduce him at the beginning, I thought, I don't want us to get pulled and then have to start a new stream when this is an interview. We've never had him on before. So, but probably the safe choice, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I know.
It's not the greatest choice, but, and then I just think of other people. I mean, people that have it small and they're commenting on it and they're watching it, and it's fine. People that have it larger, it's fine.
It's it's weird. It's kind of arbitrary. Some people get right. I didn't want to take the risk. I mean, wouldn't you agree? I should. That was just not a smart move. As much as I wanted to do it, playing clips and all. I wanted to play. There's this 6-second clip of him saying, what was it? What was it? Thanks for the feedback, Seth. I wanted to play that because I love how he delivered that line. But again, you had told me that even just playing a few seconds has gotten some people pulled or blocked. So.
Yeah, Hex Dogma was having problems with really short clips.
Yeah. So I didn't want to take the risk. I think that was... with all the technical difficulties we were having, I didn't want to add that and make it even more of a train wreck. We get blocked and start a new one. No, I just couldn't do it. But thank you, Dieter, for making me all those clips, and I will use them in other ways when it's not like an interview situation. Good night, Matt. I don't know what time it is for you there in Australia, I think, but see you later. Well, tomorrow night, that's right. Tomorrow night, for those who are not aware, we are going to be breaking down the finale. We don't normally do this on Tuesdays, so I don't know. Hopefully we won't have too much else going on. I don't know what other channels go live on Tuesday, but we're going to be doing our finale breakdown tomorrow night. And I had to set it for 10:30 in this case. So it's going to be 10:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. And I can't wait to break down this finale. It's amazing. I think it was one of the best finales I've ever seen of any show. I absolutely loved it. I was on the edge of my seat. And they brought the comedy back. They brought some humor back to the show. It's been very dark this season. So I'm sure you appreciated that they brought some humor back, right?
Yeah, it was a shame it started getting quirky again, and then it was just done.
Yeah. But it was nice to see.
Yeah, that's cool. All right. And, okay, it's over. I'll wait another 3 years. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was great. They brought back the whimsy. They brought back the surreal absurdity of that, some of the stuff I missed, like the music dance experience from season 1, and just the absurdity of it all with that scene between the Kier statue and Melchick bantering with the canned laughter. It was like, what is this? What is this? Some kind of comedy bit? Like, it was so funny with the canned laughter and the barbs, trading barbs back and forth. I loved it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him if he did any like comedy skits on stage.
Oh, that would have been a great question to ask.
Oh, yeah, I had good questions. I'm just gonna get them in with all the hubbub.
Yeah.
Bunch of hubbub.
Sorry. I know, right? I'm sure you had a lot more great questions. That's why I was like, I kept asking you. I suddenly realized, we really need to get your questions.
It was kind of rough, so don't worry about it.
Well, hopefully he'll come back again, and next time, we'll try to like figure out what causes issues like that in advance, and work with him. Like, come in the studio extra early and work with him to adjust his device.
I mean, we can go from person. We can go from person to person to person, too.
Yeah.
Like, you can invite people on. You can be by yourself and then invite people one by one, and then if somebody has a problem, we can address it then.
Yeah, that's a good idea. One by one. I like that idea. If he even wants to come back after that.
I don't want to think that I upset Kier. No.
Oh, he offended Kier.
No,
and I dropped him.
I can't deal with it.
And then at the end of the train wreck, the host drops off the stream and doesn't even get to say bye, thank you. Jesus Christ.
But worse, he wanted to go when it was just me, so I was like, oh God, do I smell?
Oh yeah, no, was it something I said? Yeah.
Was it something I said? Was it my goats? No. They're not wild. They don't have enough wilds. They don't have any wilds.
Yeah, you didn't adhere to the 9 enough, so he had to go.
I didn't even get to see my cat of 9 tails. I'm really upset.
Well, no, it was he was here for almost 2 hours. That's
I know.
Way out of the ordinary. So I'm sure he just was ready to head out.
Yeah.
14-hour stream tomorrow. Be there. It's
your 14-hour stream.
Grant, it's gonna be a long one, I'm sure. There's gonna be a lot to say, but
that runs a little bit to a little thing I like to call work. So that's taking me into the school. So kids, what do you think about Severance?
Yeah, right.
5, you're watching Severance, right? It's cool.
Yeah.
Goats. All the kids. I love the kids with their mixed up kids.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I forget what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, it's gonna be. It's inevitable that it's gonna be a long one because it was well, first of all, the episode was. It was legitimately an hour and 15 minutes, just like they promised. Amazing. They didn't screw us over this time.
It wasn't Ted Lasso for the last 15.
Yes. No, it was not. Thank God. We got a real, legit, they didn't screw us over like MGM. We got a legit 1 hour, 15-minute finale, and it was packed with stuff to discuss. So it's going to be a long stream. We'll try to keep it way under 14 hours. Yeah, don't worry about that. There's going to be a lot to say, a lot to break down. I have a deep dive to work on that's going to be a mammoth task. So I'm going to do my scripted deep dive, try to get it done by the end of the week. It helps that there isn't a new episode coming out, so I don't have to worry about getting it out long enough before Thursday because it'll still be relevant. I can put it out by the end of the week, and obviously it's still relevant. So thank God I have time to take care of that. I won't wait too long though, so keep an eye out for that. And Dieter, I'm sorry, with all of this the tech issues going on. See, the tech issues started before we even went live. There was already the echo, and I was trying to fix it. So I forgot. I forgot my key card, my Lumen key card. Sorry about that, Dieter. It's something Dieter sent me from hold on, I'll hide the comment. No, from an Etsy shop. This awesome Etsy shop makes these. So I've got my any Lumen key card from Dieter. Thank you, Dieter, for this. It's got a Lumen teardrop symbol on it, so it's cool. This will get me into all the any spaces, and maybe I'll do the next Severance live on camera and wear it. Maybe I'll do part of the Severance live tomorrow night on camera, even though it'll just be us. I usually only do on camera stuff when we have guests because, frankly, it's a huge pain. It's, for me, it's just a lot. It's a lot to put on makeup and get the lighting right, and I can't do anything. Like if I'm on camera, I can't do anything without people seeing. I don't like taking drinks of my water on camera. I can't eat at all. And so I might do the first couple hours on camera, and I'll wear my key card and then just shut the camera off. So I could do that.
I could aim a camera at the frogs that I'm drawing.
Yeah. Yeah, you could
There are a lot of
yeah,
frogs in the last episode of Yellow Jackets, Julie. I know that you don't watch it, but there are a lot of frogs.
a lot of frogs.
You like sexy frog action. Yellow Jackets for show, everyone.
Yes.
Sexy frogs and Joe McHale. Wow.
Sexy frogs.
But not sexy frogs on Joe McHale. Well, maybe slightly. Well, I don't think he ever handled one of the frogs, but
right? I love Joel McHale. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Yeah, that MGM stunt was diabolical. We were all pissed. I was furious when the credits started rolling. You gotta be kidding me. And I mean, I loved the Man in Yellow ending, but I was just like, I was furious. I went from like shocked and my mind being blown to just fury when the credits started rolling. Like, how dare you? This can't be right. First it was like shock and denial, and then anger. Like the stage is grief.
No, the hierarchy. Maslow's hierarchy.
Yeah. Please, yes, I didn't get a chance to say this, but please like the stream. I didn't want to keep saying that with Mark here, but please like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed, and tap the bell for notifications if you're so inclined. So I have a lot of personal issues, health issues, so that caused me to be late sometimes, and if you have the notifications enabled, then you'll know when I go live if we're running late.
I also ring a bell a lot of times when we're doing From. So you'll know.
Yeah.
You have in the background.
Yeah. Also, tomorrow night we're doing a giveaway with MagickwithaK's Etsy shop, and that's not where this came from, but she makes awesome stuff. She's got really fun, witty, oh no, my cat is going to try to get in the way. Really fun, witty t-shirts, mugs, notebooks, let's see, tote bags, candles, and they all have fun Lumen phrases on them. I really like the mugs and the t-shirts with the scary numbers. Dieter, if you happen to have that link to the Etsy shop handy, that would be great. Or otherwise, wait, I think Dieter's in the car. I can do it. Hold on. I'll find it. Anyway, there's also a 15% off discount code. And if you look in the description of this video, you can see a link that will take you directly there and already apply the discount code. And if you like any of her stuff, then you can just order it and you automatically will get the discount, 15% off anything in her shop. And we're going to be giving away a Scary Numbers shirt, which is really cool because she did a special one that has my channel name as the file name on it and the scary numbers underneath. So that'll be cool. It was so nice of her to make that. And Dieter has already ordered one, actually. So he's got his Scary Numbers shirt with the JulieBDeepDives file name. So we're giving one of those away. And it's not just US residents. For this one, you can the only issue is if you live in a country that has import fees, then she can't cover that. But I think a lot of European countries are fine. But you can handle the shipping. It's just the import fees that you have to be aware of if you want to participate. Then that's the only thing she can't cover. But otherwise, she can cover the shipping for the T-shirt. So it'll be a fun thing. Oh, hold on. My other tab is playing in the background. There we go. Now it's gone. Yeah, it's, it was so surreal. While I'm pulling this up, I'll just babble. It was so surreal talking to the face of this Kier character that we've seen throughout the show all this time. Such a huge presence in the show, even though he doesn't. I feel like I've physically seen him in the show. Like he's been there. I feel like he's been there. Oh,
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping the link. Dieter dropped the link. And I'll show the photo of the T-shirt. But what were you gonna say, Scarlett?
Yeah, I mean, because you see his vestige like throughout the series, and you hear his voice, so you naturally just put those two together. I mean, I almost thought the W at the end was him, just made up and made to look waxy at first. Because I've seen, because I've seen the actor before, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting to me. Because I mean, he could have came to life, and I would have been like, this is perfect.
Oh yeah, that would have been awesome.
I need to get one with like frog noise, a noisemaker of frog noises, bee noises, and a goat bell, like an actual cowbell. That's on my wish list. They want to like to donate that stuff.
Yeah.
So I can make it even more taxing on you.
Oh, that's great.
I get a xylophone.
A xylophone. Dieter dropped a link, but I don't. For some reason, it's not opening it to show your actual shirt. I don't know why. I'm trying to open it, but it's not showing. Oh wait, no, I think it's loading. They did such a great job rendering that image of Kier everywhere that I feel like I already saw him in the show, even though he physically never appeared. His face is just so familiar. Okay, so I've got the tab for the Etsy shop here. I'll show you the stuff that they've got. Oh, that's the frog were you drawing that during the live, Scarlett?
Yep. I was drawing that, doing my laundry, and then trying to get up on StreamYard.
Wow, that's some multitasking. That's some epic multitasking.
But this frog isn't part of the frog orgy.
Yeah. Okay. What
I enjoyed best about the frog orgy was the thruple that was in the right-hand corner.
The thruple?
There are 3 frogs on top of each other.
Oh, okay. Um, so so this is the shop. Here she's got scary numbers shirts and words with various catchphrases. The work is mysterious and important, defiant jazz. There's a scary numbers mug. And she's got a notebook that says the work is mysterious and important. Let's see, what else? She's got a Lumen mug and
I think my favorite thing are the candles.
Calamitous Ortbo candle. The candles are cool. This one is like marshmallows.
Mm-hmm.
It says marshmallows in the fire candle. The egg bar is coveted as fuck mug. You gotta love the Dylan lines.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan has the best lines. I'll have to consult my larva. I mean, come on. The one-liners in the show that are amazing. That's amazing. The music dance experience is officially canceled on this shirt here.
They should make they should make a shirt with a pouch, and then in the pouch there's a larva because of the joke that the data refinement people have pouches.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, oh, that would be amazing. Yeah, that would be perfect. Page 197 slaps. Even that. Even that I love.
That's so good because nobody would get it unless they watch the show. It isn't something like a Lumen logo where people be like, "Oh, I kind of seen that," but they wouldn't know what that was from.
I know. Yeah, you'd have to really be a huge Severance fan to get that one, like we are. Page 197 slaps, but certain things like the fetid moppet one, that one people would get. That's a memorable one for sure. And the music dance experience one and all that stuff. And of course, praise Kier. Gotta have the praise Kier shirt. So this is good too. Marshmallows are for team players on this mug here. We got marshmallows in a fire and a Lumen logo. My Audi does muscle shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's got a lot of cool stuff here. It's just a lot of people are buying it too. Like I'm seeing a bunch of people have this stuff in their cart already. I like the notebook. The work is mysterious and important. That's cool.
I like to draw a romantic novel cover, like a parody of a romance novel cover, and then call it The Night Gardener, and have like some character for the show gardening.
Oh yeah. That would be awesome.
Maybe Natalie.
Maybe Natalie. Yeah. Oh, I love her. She's great. Bullies are nothing but bull and lies. There's a great quote.
I always say that one
from Rickon's book, of course. Yes. Of course, there's one with the 4 tempers. There are long sleeved shirts. Let's see. There's I survived the break room. Be ever merry, Kier. Yeah, so that's and all this stuff has great reviews too. So that's stuff. Dieter actually left a review here, and this is his shirt. He left a review, and this is the shirt that we're giving away. And it's in a mirror, so it's backwards, but it says here JulieBDeepDives up at the top. So that was super cool. I can't believe I've never had my channel name on it on merch before. So that's pretty awesome. That was cool of her to do that. And it's 0% complete. So it's like, oh damn.
You're under no fear of being completely innied 25 times, Julie.
Actually, that's a good thing. Yeah. I don't want to be severed 25 times. No, thank you. I'd rather be 0% complete. I don't want to be severed. I don't want any part of that. No, thank you. I have a lot of trauma, but I'll keep my trauma. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dieter just
Anyway,
wanted you to show his chest, obviously.
Yeah.
Zoom on in there.
I just zoomed in really far, yeah. And there's his
Oh.
hand. I can't get out of it. Anyway, that is our very own Dieter. Thank you so much, Dieter, for all that you do. Truly appreciate it. All the he set up the giveaway, of course. He set that up with the Magic with the K shop, and I appreciate it, and everything else that you do. And he was the one who pushed me to reach out to agents. And he got all their contact information via IMDb Pro. He got a free trial of it, and he got all the agents' contact information for Severance, and we contacted all of them. And Marc Geller was kind enough to respond. And what was really cool? So I emailed Marc's agent, and he was so quick to respond. The very next day, Marc emailed me personally, not through his agent, and said, yes, I'd love to do it. But he said, I'd like to do it. I told him when we usually do lives, this was like 2 weeks ago. And he said, how about the Monday after the finale airs? And at the time I didn't know what the reason for it was. I figured maybe he was just busy, but now I know. This way he was able to talk about what happened in the finale. I'm so glad we waited, because I mean, yeah, like he was featured in it in the Ortbo episode, his voice, but that mannequin stuff, I'm so glad we had a chance to talk about that. So it was great having him come on for the finale. Cedar's selfie game is super strong, Mackie. Yeah. I have giant hands. Yeah, I zoomed in really, really far by accident on the hands. Oh, it's great. Oh, belated good night to Faith and Repentance. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we love having you in our community. You're so kind and supportive. And I want one that says, may I say a question? Yeah, that's another good one. There's so many great one-liners from this show. Seriously. There's a lot to work with. So many of Dylan's lines. I'd like one that says, fuck you, Mr. Milchick. Because now he's said it twice. I like that how they did a callback in the season finale of season 2 to that line. They did it again. In the season 1 finale, he yelled it at Milchick as he was busting in the security room. Fuck you, Mr. Milchick. And then this time, Milchick came, busting his way. Actually, come to think of it, he busted Milchick both times. It's so wild how in season 2 they mirrored multiple things that happened in season 1. It's very fitting with the dualities and the mirror theme in the show, because in both season finales, Dylan was, keeping Milchick out of somewhere, and Milchick had to bust his way in again. Once again, it was Dylan keeping him out. In the season 1 finale, I don't know why I'm just thinking of this now, but yeah, Dylan was barricaded in the security room. Milchick was busting his way in, and then he tackled Dylan. But in the meantime, Dylan yelled, "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick." And in this one, Milchick was in the bathroom. Dylan had trapped him in there with the snack machine, like he turned into the Hulk and shoved that thing in front of the bathroom door and managed to hold it. Once again, Dylan with his what is it? His really strong delts or something he said he has. He's proven it twice now. Dylan kept him trapped in the bathroom. Just like last time, he managed to keep his arms up on those switches and hold them for the entire season 1 finale. And this one, he was keeping Milchick, not for the full finale, but for a while, trapped in the bathroom, just with his strength alone. MVP Dylan once again. And then eventually, Milchick busts out, and Dylan says, "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick." This time, calmly, but still extremely epic. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, it was such a great finale. It really was. Looking forward to breaking it down with all of you guys. Hopefully Tuesdays still work for you. Because we can't wait to break this thing down. It's gonna be amazing. Wasn't that wild how they did the same thing again? Scarlet with Milchick and Dylan. I love how they did that. And it didn't feel repetitive. It was a different situation. It was just a callback.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say?
I did like the Lumen marching band.
Oh
the
my
Department
god!
of Choreography and Merriment.
Yes. I loved that because they've been alluding to the fact that there may be more departments since the beginning, since early in season 1. I was so hoping we'd meet another one. So we had
a lot of the angles in it kind of reminded me of The Prisoner. I know you've never seen the show The Prisoner from the 60s, but they have a lot of that stuff that's like purposely making you be confused by the angles and everything that's going on, you know.
Interesting. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure Severance has. I'm sure Ben Stiller's seen The Prisoner and it's influenced by that.
Yeah, it's another one that I've never seen, but I need to watch. It's on my list. And yeah, I loved the marching band scene. The part, that whole sequence starting with when the lights went off and we were all like, what the fuck is happening? After he completed Cold Harbor, the lights went off and it was just like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? And then the spotlight turns on the Kier mannequin and he starts talking Marc S. Oh my god. It was amazing. It was amazing. And I was so not expecting that. I was like, yes, we got animatronic Kier. They alluded to this. They foreshadowed it in episode 1 with the Gwendolyn saying they had the animatronic Egans in their perpetuity wing at their old branch. And she's like, yours just stand still. That's weird. As if animatronic ones aren't weird.
Oh, Gwendolyn, why I miss her. She wish I had more.
Yeah, I know. But it was cool how I just loved how they brought that in though after foreshadowing it. That was a great surprise. I gotta say, like the finale shocked me in a lot of ways, and I like that. I want to be surprised. I don't want to predict everything that's going to happen. This was way more fun. All of us in the watch party. I mean, Scarlet, you weren't in the first one. You were in the second one, but when we were in the first watch party in the Discord, and that scene came up, everyone was like, "What the fuck? What's happening? Oh my god! Oh my god!" Just freaking out. And then there's like this weird comedy bit between Kier and Milchick with the canned laughter. And I mean, like, what were they trying to emulate? That's not, at first I thought it seems like a late night talk show, but it seemed more like a comedy bit, like a two-man
like vaudeville, like vaudeville or something.
Vaudeville. Yeah. With canned laughter. It was great. Trading barbs. And then the marching band. Oh my god, I lost my mind when the marching band came in playing the Kier hymn, and then Milchick starts dancing again. It topped the music dance experience. I didn't think that was possible, but it was even better for me. Amazing. Just amazing. And he got to show off his moves again. Trammell, is his name Trammell? Is that how you say it? Trammell Tillman, I believe.
Trammell Tillman.
He's quite a dancer, right? Wow. He's got some moves. He's got some moves. Must have been fun to shoot that scene. Oh my god, they must have had a blast with that. I mean, wow. I didn't think we were getting that with the dark tone of this season. I never expected it to go to that territory again in the finale with the whimsy, the surreal comedy of that whole scene. I loved that. And yes, please hit the like if you haven't already. I would appreciate it. Yes, Dieter, I'm going to be using the clips. I'll use the clips in the next one. For sure.
You should get it should get the It's Clear show now also, Dieter.
Yeah. Yeah, you should from this live. Yeah. That would be, oh my god. That would be so maybe that's the silver lining to the mess of me dropping off the stream. We could have a clip of him saying it's Kier's show now. That's great. Yeah, Scott, thank you for what you're doing. Scott, thank you so much. Thank you for helping with this, helping remind people to hit the like button. I really appreciate all of your efforts. Thank you for all your support. You're amazing. I truly, truly appreciate it. Yeah, Magic with the K, she's got to make, I'm sure that'll be coming. Make some merch that says Devour Feculence. That might be the best line in the whole thing, in the history of the show. And that's saying something because there are many great lines. Should have asked what ether felt like. Hopefully he hasn't actually tried it recreationally. Yeah, Samuel, leaving a comment after the live stream is very helpful. If people have a moment to do that, appreciate it. Once the live stream ends and the regular comment section opens, leaving a comment helps with the algorithm. It helps people find the channel. And anyway, yeah, that whole thing with the marching band was amazing. Marc and Hallie executing their plan in the middle of it, Milchick dancing. God, I loved it. I felt like, okay, now we're talking. Now this is everything I loved about the show. It's not that I didn't love season 2. I thought it was great. I loved it. But it got very dark and I missed the whimsy and the humor. So I was glad they brought that back around. And I wasn't surprised when I heard that Dan Erickson wrote the finale and Ben Stiller directed it. I mean, that's why it was perfection for me. I thought it was just 10 out of 10. Absolutely 10 out of 10 for me. And then, it was in the perfect hands, and Dan Erickson is the creator of the show. So, yes, like Dieter says, we accept all donations. No donation is too small. That's very true. Dieter set up this PayPal on my behalf. And he actually already went ahead, because I've been having such really bad, my Chromebook was not the source of the problem tonight, but I've been having a lot of technical problems on other live streams. And so Dieter didn't want me to wait any longer. So he went ahead and ordered this laptop, which was incredibly generous. And I truly appreciate it. That was amazingly kind and generous of you, Dieter. So too big. I gotta make myself smaller. Okay. So I appreciate all of that, and yeah. So Dieter set up that PayPal, and people have been some people have been sending donations, and I appreciate it. And no donation is too small. I know times are tough and everything is super expensive. So, believe me, I get it. But yeah, every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. I don't know what happened to Scarlet. I need to get a drink. I can find my drink. Hold on. Oh, it's under my bed. Okay. So, no. No, it's too close. It's too close. I don't like that. Like Scarlet drops off and I automatically boom. Suddenly I'm full screen, Julie, and it's like, oh no. It scared myself. Thank you. Thank you, Dieter. You said you're gonna make the clip. Nice. All right. Anyway. Yeah, Man in Yellow has done ether. We found that out tonight. How about that? But for surgery purposes. Doug said he had a surgery when he was 5 years old. And back then they were still using ether as an anesthetic. Who knew? Yeah. They don't do that anymore. Anyway, so yeah, I would say I do have on my banner here Venmo and Cashapp, but anybody that wants to donate, the PayPal here that Dieter linked, which I don't think I put it in the description of the video yet. I forgot, but I'm going to add it there. Oh no, I did. It's there. Never mind. If you're listening on the replay, there is a link to this PayPal. It says Dieter on it, and he set that up on my behalf. It's in his name, but it's on my behalf. So anything that goes there goes toward the laptop that Dieter so kindly already bought for me in advance. And so yeah, so it's in the description of the video. And yeah, Doug had surgery at 5 years old and they were still using ether back then. Doug the etherhead. Seriously. Yeah. Praise Scott. Scott is awesome. Thank you for getting the likes up. Thank you. It really has helped. I've noticed. I noticed as you've been pushing for the likes, they've started getting higher and higher on the streams. And I really appreciate all your efforts. You guys are awesome. It's so nice to have so much support behind me. And I saw all of your comments in the chat, Dieter, trying to help with the technical issues. And in the background, I was trying whatever I could. I was actually doing those things, but it didn't work because it wasn't on my end. That's why the audio issues. So next time, if I really hope Marc comes on again, because he's awesome and he does an amazing job as Kier on Severance. Wow, it was just. He's such a fascinating guy. He has a lot in common with Doug. It would be fun to have him on again, and maybe the next time if he does come on again, we'll just come on early, and before we go live, we'll come on and work with him to make sure there aren't those glitches, the audio feedback. And I don't know if you guys noticed it. I don't know if it was just me or if everybody else could see it was like buffering while he was talking too. I think it was probably not just me, I'm guessing. Because like while he was talking, he kept freezing. Like it was like he was buffering. So he'd be in the middle of a sentence and okay, Scarlet's back. Scarlet? What happened? More network problem?
Who knows? It's a chaotic end to a chaotic evening.
Indeed. Why not? Hey there. Welcome, Snoopy. Haven't seen you before. Can't wait for season 3. Hell yeah. Oh my God. Well, let's hope we get it before 2030 or something crazy like that. They take their time making this thing, but honestly, with the amount of effort that they put into making every single shot, they plan everything. Everything is meticulously done. The writing, the direction, the cinematography, every shot of where they block it the way they block the shot, the way they frame everything is intentional. Lighting, music, the choices are just, it's all so meticulously done. So I get why it took them so long. It wasn't just about the writer's strike, because from MGM Plus is from, for those who don't know what From is, if there are any listeners who don't know, From released 2 more seasons in the time that Severance was still making season 2 and hadn't gotten it out yet. But honestly, whatever they needed to do to get it done, it was worth it. It was worth it because the amount of effort that they put into it showed, and hopefully it won't take them another 3 years to make the next one. Maybe it'll be 2.5 if we don't get a writer's strike, because the writer's strike was a 6-month delay. But welcome, Snoopy. If you haven't seen any of, I don't know if you've been just listening or not normally in the, oh no, Scarlet stepped off again. So I don't know if you've just been listening or if you're new here, but we do a lot of Severance content, and we're not going to stop. We're still going to do a few more Severance lives, even though the season is over. We're going to do one next week where we just talk about the season overall and theories for season 3. We're going to do that. I'm going to continue to make theory videos. I have deep dives and theory videos on every episode of season 2 of Severance. So I've got all that. If you haven't checked it out, I'm going to be doing a deep dive into this episode that'll be out hopefully by the end of the week. And I really go, I dive into it a lot, like very detailed, more lengthy than your average video. It's not a recap. I get into my ideas and theories and just analyze it, because it's like a great work of art, this show. It's incredible. So tomorrow night, we're going to do a live breaking down the finale at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to break down the finale, and really looking forward to that. Next week, we'll do another live on Monday at about 10:15 p.m. and we'll discuss theories. And we're also going to do a stream where we break down the UUR audiobook by Rickon. That'll be fun. Oh, it's so good. If anybody hasn't checked it out, it's free on Apple, the audiobook for the UUR, and there's also a regular book, so you can read it and listen to Rickon at the same time if you like. That's what I did. And we're going to do it, and we'll let you know when we're doing it. Maybe the week after next, we can dive into the UUR or something, but we'll keep you posted on that.
Maybe something good for next Monday.
Yeah, now we could do that. And I want to do
we can have that poll. We can have a poll to see if they're a Vestal, a Dove, a Warrior, a Scribe. And there's 4 spots in the poll, so we don't have to put coward, because coward wouldn't say anything in the poll anyway. So if you don't vote in the poll, you're a coward.
Yeah.
So says Rick. Not me.
Right. There's no need to put coward in the poll, because the cowards won't self-identify as cowards.
They'll never pick up Rickon's book because they're too scared.
Yeah, they're too scared. Yes. Yeah. If you've read the UUR or if you listen to the audiobook, then you know. If you know, you know. But check it out if you haven't already, because we're going to do a live stream where we dive into that. That'll be a fun one. And the guy who plays Rickon narrates the audiobook, which is amazing. It's perfect. We could also do a stream. I definitely want to do a stream where we talk about season 3 theories and just overall, just kind of just like a debrief of the whole, looking back on the whole season 2, and discussing that. So there's no need to stop having the Severance streams just yet, because there's still so much to talk about. What happened in the season 2 finale, it was a game changer. Now nothing is ever going to be the same there, clearly. I think we're getting an all-out revolution now, so we have a lot we can discuss here, even though the season is over. There's a whole lot.
We need to do a watch party for High Rise too. I think you get a kick out of High Rise. It's a really chaotic movie with Elizabeth Moss in it. from A Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, I really like
It's
her.
based on a J.G. Ballard book, if that tells the anybody listening to this anything. And it's about a class struggle inside a building. It takes place all inside a building, which I think is what the next season of Severance is going to do.
Oh, interesting.
Like a class struggle within a building.
Nice. I agree. I think I don't see any other way around it. I mean, I think there's going to be an uprising, basically a kind of a war going on within Lumen, the innies versus the management, and management are, they're outnumbered. They're greatly outnumbered. So I think there's going to be an uprising. I think they're going to convince the marching band to come over to their side, and the goat people. They should have the goat people. Lauren has already joined the cause. I mean, she just unalived Drummond in gruesome fashion. So, yeah, it's going to be like a class warfare situation going on, and there's a lot we can dive into, and still do a few more Severance lives for sure. And Snoopy, that's cool. I've been following your account for a while. Absolutely obsessed with From as well. Well, thank you for following my content and our lives. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm obsessed. We are obsessed with From and Severance. Clearly, that's why the lives are 6 to 8 hours long. In some cases, the From lives went even longer, but I'm not going that crazy anymore. I had to cut it back, but I appreciate the support. Thank you. Then yeah, glad to see you pop in the chat. So many theories in this show. It's unreal. And you're welcome. Literally, you are welcome. I love the theories. It's great. Same with From, just endless theories. I love shows that make you think and challenge you, and I love to hear everybody's theories and have great conversations on here. It's so much fun. The entities are messing with the stream. Samuel, yeah, that seems that way. I don't know. But hi Carla. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in the chat. Carla Olson. Not to be confused with Carla Way. That's Carla Way is another follower of the channel, but welcome Carla Olson. Let's see. Yeah, people love theory live streams for future seasons, right? Absolutely. And I would eventually we'll do a Severance rewatch thing, but we already did that right before this, so we won't do that now. But eventually we'll do another rewatch of Severance, and we'll do lives for that and stuff in the future. But for now, we could just do a few theory streams in the UUR. Oh yeah. Let's see what else I saw. Oh yeah. So it wasn't just me. When Marc was talking, he buffered a lot. Yeah. So I wasn't sure if it was just me, because he would freeze and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing like asking a question and then it's just stopped, and I'm like, I don't know. They can hear my audio. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I was wondering. Huh? What?
Just going to wing it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was my device at first. I thought it was me, but it's okay. We all have our technical difficulties, and technology can be a nightmare. I know this, you know this, like it happens. So, yeah, hopefully, maybe he'll come back and we can work that situation out ahead of time. And I'd love to, because he's awesome and has a lot of similarities to Doug in his career, and so it would be cool to get into another conversation if he wants to. I think the blue helps a bit. It cools you down. Yeah, I like blue. Doug was perfect though. Yeah, Doug's device and everything. It was fine. It was coming through fine. But for some reason, one person's device can create feedback in other people. So that's what was happening with me. So anybody listening now, if you didn't catch the beginning of the stream, it's still worth a watch. Because he had great answers, even though there were glitches and stuff and feedback. He had great answers, and it was fascinating and fun talking to him. And so yeah, if you missed the beginning of it, Marc was so generous with his time, and I really appreciate it. Staying for I believe it was almost 2 hours with us. That was amazing. That was the longest interview I've seen him do. So I really appreciate it. I loved his answers and his interesting persona, and I appreciate because I really didn't think anybody from Severance would come on here. This is a new channel, and it's difficult to get started with interviews. So it was so kind of him to say yes, and to say yes so quickly. The day after I emailed his agent, he emails me himself. Just like acts like a regular guy, like Doug, not even talking through agents, but just communicating with me directly, which was so kind and awesome. What a cool guy. I loved his Kier voice. That was very kind of him to be willing to do the Kier voice on the stream. It was great. And he's talented at changing his voice. Sounded nothing like the recording. That takes skill. It takes some skill.
It scared me.
It was a little scary, right?
He said the cure, what was it, the cure your child line? He just kind of snapped in the cure, and I was frightened.
Yeah. The way he can slip in and out of the Kier voice that easily, it was impressive and creepy, which it should be. It needs to be creepy. That goes with the whole Kier thing. But what I never expected was the like vaudeville comedy Kier voice. That one was unexpected and sounded nothing like the others, as it should, because this was the young, vibrant Kier, not the deathbed Kier. But how the hell? I guess Lumen must have just used AI to make his voice like that. I mean, Lumen is full of shit anyway. They lie about everything, so they could have just used anybody's voice. Either that, or maybe they recreated his voice using an AI, taking his voice from the recording they had and just use AI. I tend to not trust anything from Lumen, though, so all those recordings could just be anybody, to be honest. Within the world of the show, they could be lying. That those recordings might not even really be Kier's deathbed or the Ortbo one too. That Dieter stuff seemed like they just made it up later on. That might not even been like, how they added the fourth appendix. That might have been just something new they just made up. It's like, why all of a sudden is there a new appendix that they never told the innies about? And
because it's a secret book.
Because it's a secret one. Like,
secret.
It's like, okay, why tell them about it now? It just seemed like something new that they made up. Dieter said, hopefully if I get really sick, it's when you do a live stream. Kids started coughing more, and I actually didn't get that sick yet in the past months. Oh, yeah, I know your kids have been sick a lot, but hopefully they're better now, and it's tough having little kids. Hey there, Skeeter Egan, except Egan, but without an A, so it's close to the Egans in the show. Nah, Helena, I've been hearing that story all her life. Yeah. The Dieter part, though, I don't know. I wonder if the Dieter part was something new that they made up. But the rest of the Kier stuff, yeah, I mean, that stuff, all those volumes that they have in the books, in within Lumen. All that stuff was already there. Like I'm sure that was part of the cult for a long time. But like look what they're doing now. They're having Rickon rewrite. They dropped. Why did they pick up that plot line with Rickon writing the Lumen manual like it was going to be something important, and then just drop it, and we didn't hear anything about it for the rest of the season? That was weird. Come to think of it.
Yeah. Unless it was supposed to just keep Devon at bay, so she didn't try to find a journalist to expose.
Yeah. It was weird. I didn't like that. I thought we would have more Rickon. That was one thing I didn't like about the season, but I don't know. Maybe they're going to do something with it in season 3, but I just thought that was like, okay, we're just going to throw this in. It was an interesting concept. You know, he seems to be selling out, right? Rewriting a new version of like the UUR, but for Lumen this time. I thought they should have done more with that, because it could have been like a New Testament version of the handbook for the innies, kinder, gentler version, less harsh. Instead of Kier taming the tempers with the cat o' nine tails, now you had the painting of Kier pardoning his betrayers. That's what it was called. And he's standing over the 4 MDR people who rebelled, and he's pardoning them instead of cutting their heads off with the sword, I guess. I don't know. I wish there were more. I wish there were more of that. Oh, Dieter, you're amazing. You are the GOAT. He already made a clip of oh, that's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. The one Marc did today, he already made a clip. That's so great. That's awesome.
You're gonna see it?
Yes. Oh, yeah. He said he's gonna send it to me in a few minutes. I gotta at least stay on for a few more minutes then. We're not gonna do some crazy.
Oh my god, my voice is going. I haven't even talked. My voice is going. Are we gonna do call-ins tomorrow?
I don't know. Good question. Depends. It depends on how long it takes for us to break down the episode. If you want to, we can.
I had somebody who was interested, but she's about 6 hours ahead, so you know how that goes.
Oh yeah, that can be tricky. Oh yeah, if you have like, a specific idea of a guest or something, then yeah, we can do. Yeah, let's talk. We'll talk and figure it out. And
special guest.
Sure. Huh?
Special guest.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. As far as open, I wouldn't open it up to just everybody to call in until we break down the episode, or we'll be here. We will be here for 14 hours.
Yeah.
We can't. As much as I love hearing from everybody and doing call-ins and stuff. You know what I think we should do? Actually, I just got an idea.
Okay.
I just got an idea. Like, since it's going to take us a long time to get through breaking down the finale the way that
76 minutes long.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot to break down, and I'm sure I'm going to have a million pictures, and we have a lot to discuss. We may have a guest on the panel with us, but I'm guessing we probably won't do call-ins on this one. And what I'm thinking is we do another live stream to discuss the finale next week, maybe, but this time with call-ins.
More cash.
Huh?
More cash.
Yeah. Yeah. So like next week we could do a live stream this time with call-ins from the beginning, and then anybody who wants to call in can call in and share their thoughts on the finale. So that we can, have the best of both worlds, do both. I think that would be cool.
Yeah. And then I've been talking back and forth with like Helena Redefined, and she has great videos, but the problem is I think she's in Britain.
Oh yeah.
So the only time she can really call in is probably like a half hour before we're done, because that's when she comes in and watches ours.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, I mean, so like is that like on our streams when we're still on at like 5 in the morning though?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how long we're gonna be on tomorrow night. I never really know it until we're doing it. But if I have to, I'll get on the treadmill while we're streaming and keep going. I'll do what I have to do so that we can really do justice to this amazing finale. And if we're still on when she's available, then she can call in. That would be cool.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to check out her content, but from what you've said, it sounds great.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, it's really interesting. She brought up this whole Minotaur thing that I didn't even think about.
Okay.
Like
Interesting.
Drummond being the Minotaur because Severance itself is like a labyrinth, and he's like the Minotaur.
Mm.
And then you would have, you know how they had the virgins and a Minotaur thing, but it would be the kids because the goats are the kids. Get it, kids, like small adults, like sacrifices, like virgins.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I'm like, you blew my mind.
That's amazing. Yeah. Wow. I want to catch up on some of the great Severance content that I've missed from not having time to check it out during the season. That's so cool. There's a lot. I know there's a lot. I'll never be able to catch up on all the stuff I would like to because a lot of channels cover Severance. But oh, that sounds awesome. What is the name? What's that channel again?
Heli. It was Heli redefined, like Heli R period, with the rest of the refined as a word, but I think she changed it to Heli refined a Severance podcast, so you completely know what it is.
Oh yeah. She's the one in England.
I think she's in England. She's definitely got an accent, a British accent, but I don't know exactly where. We've been writing on and off, so
okay, cool.
I'm just assuming, and you know what assuming does, so
oh yeah,
I may be proven wrong. But I assume she was probably because the other people I know in Scotland and the like that I talk to online, because Cyber Queen Media has a woman from Scotland that she's like 6 hours ahead. So I assume that Heli Refined is also 6 hours ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
But if we start at 10, you can do the math on that. It's 4 a.m.
Until, yeah.
You know, 2 a.m., 4 a.m., she might have to wait. I mean, by the time we're at like 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning, then it's, you know, it's probably a reasonable time.
Sure. Realistically, we're probably still going to be on at 4 a.m. I mean, I always intend not to do this, but more likely than not, we'll still be on at 4 a.m., 4:30, maybe even 5. So what I'll do is I'll just make myself get on the treadmill so that I can physically tolerate it, and my pain doesn't get out of control, and we can really do justice to this thing. Hopefully the treadmill noise isn't too loud when I'm on it. People say they can hear it, but it's not that loud. So
yeah, it's just kind of like white noise in the background, really.
That's not bad.
I mean, it's not clunking or anything.
It's not what?
Clunking.
Well, that's good. Hopefully it doesn't do what it did over the last few days. It's been doing something scary. I'll be walking on it, and then all of a sudden it'll just suddenly stop out of nowhere.
At least it doesn't go faster. I thought you were going to say it comically just starts going faster.
No. No. That would be horrible. No, that would be worse. Yeah. Oh my God. Because I can't run on a treadmill. It hurts too much. I'd be flying off on my face.
You're just flying with your arms like a flag, trying to get your feet back on it.
Yeah. Oh God, no. It doesn't do that, but it'll suddenly stop. Yesterday, I was in the middle of recording a voice clip to send to somebody, and so I'm just standing there on the treadmill and I'm talking into my phone, and all of a sudden I was just like, "Oh shit, Jesus!" And I left it in. I still sent the voice clip the way it was because I had already said a bunch of stuff and I didn't want to redo it and say it again. So I just said, "Oh shit, Jesus!" Oh, and then I'm like, "Oh, I just my treadmill just stopped short. Sorry." Anyway,
just clipped off.
Yeah.
That's how you end it. You're like, oh shit, Jesus. Let him just wander.
Seriously. Yeah. That would be a great way to end the message and then just disappear for a day or two.
Yeah. Make him wonder.
Oh,
Go AWOL for a couple days.
yeah. Well, it was Doug, actually. I was sending the voice message to. Yeah. It was Doug. Because I was talking to him about doing this stream with us. And I had to explain why I just suddenly made that outburst. It was awkward. But I've talked to him enough that it was fine. If I had been sending something to like Marc Geller or somebody like that, who I had just met, then that would be worse. And then I would have re-recorded it. Scarlett, you want to talk about what you have coming up with Yellow Jackets? I've got to just run and
sure.
grab something really quick. I'll be right back.
Promo?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, all you folks out there in JulieBDeepDive land. I have something special planned on Thursday if you're a Yellow Jackets fan. The actress playing Jen herself, Vanessa Parad, will be talking to us intimately at 7 PM EST. You can send all your questions to Jamie on her Discord at Sci-Fi Vision. You can send them to me in a DM, or you can wait till the live because it will be in real time and you can leave your questions in the chat. If you want to know how the effect where she pushed the arrow through Melissa and how that works, ask that question. If you want to know what her favorite food is, ask that question. We're open to any and all discussion. And that will be at 7 PM EST on Sci-Fi Vision. And we have regular Yellow Jackets talk on Sundays at 11 PM, same channel. And we do roughly about a 2.5 to 3 hour breakdown on the episode, theories. We talk with the chat, and we have a really good time. And I enjoy it immensely because Yellow Jackets is my favorite show. Yes. Let's see, what else here? We're all, both me and Julie, and me and Jamie on Sci-Fi Vision are thinking about doing new projects. If there is a show that you want us to cover, please put it in the chat. Basically, I'm looking for dark comedies, and I like dark comedies with a sci-fi event. I like dark comedies with fantasy, and the like. I mean, I like to have comedy elements in it. If it's like something that's just depressing, it's just depressing. I like to have my depression with a little hope, is what I'm saying.
Me too. Yeah, like even the show Fallout.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a dark premise. This is a post-apocalyptic world. In the aftermath of a nuclear disaster, and yet I watched the first 2 episodes recently for the first time, and it's so quirky that it's not harrowing to watch. It's you can handle it, but it's more palatable. The post-apocalyptic nightmare, because it's quirky and there's humor. There's some dark humor in it. Even the song choices, the way they use ironic song choices by playing these happy-go-lucky 50s songs over like violence and mayhem, stuff like that. So if there are if you guys know of any shows at all that are coming out in the next few months that are challenging, stimulating shows, make you think, that stimulate discussion and maybe have a smidge of comedy in it too. Yeah. Send the suggestions our way, because we're on the lookout. Somebody suggested something recently, and I can't remember what it was. That sounded like it would be great, and I don't remember now who said it and where. There was something coming out, and I thought, oh, great, maybe that could be something we could do. And now I don't remember what it was. There is one coming out that I'm interested in, that's coming out in May. That's a J.J. Abrams production he he's done so many big shows like Lost, and the star of it is going to be Josh Holloway from Lost, and it's called Duster. That one might be interesting. It's like it's a thriller. I think it's a crime thriller, and he plays it takes place in the 70s, and he plays a getaway driver for an organized crime syndicate. And it looks like there's like, some, it's not all darkness or anything. Like he's, there's a little bit of humor in it. And, I mean, he's basically Sawyer again, except he's playing a getaway a getaway driver for the mob, and he's oozing with charm, his Sawyer-esque charm. So,
somebody had asked about Yellow Jackets. Can I put the either have you or Dieter put up the Sci-Fi Vision link, because I can't really do it myself, but if they want to actually watch the show we do on Sundays.
Sure.
I mean, me and Jamie cover a show on Yellow Jackets on Sundays at 11 p.m. EST at the channel that's going to be in the chat.
Sure. And when the stream ends, I'll add the link to that to the description of the video too. I should have done that before. So if you're listening to this on the replay, then check the description of the video for the link to Sci-Fi Vision's channel, which is our friend Jamie. She's one of the people who run the channel, and she does Yellow Jackets coverage with Scarlet on Sunday nights, and in this case Thursday you're doing an interview too, right?
Yeah, we're doing an interview with Vanessa Parad, who plays Jen.
That's awesome.
It's live. If you want to leave questions for her in the chat, or leave a question, DM me on Discord, leave a message with Jamie on Sci-Fi Vision. I will get the questions to her.
Okay. Oh, Dieter dropped the link. I was looking for it, and he already found it. You're quicker than me. Thank you.
I just can't get off the app, because if I would get off the app and onto YouTube, it's definitely going to kick me out of StreamYard.
Oh yeah. So yeah, definitely check that out. If you're a Yellow Jackets fan, check that out and subscribe, and you can ask questions from, so why not? I mean, I always love to go to those lives as just a fan of things, and ask questions, and even just to give comments. So check that out. And if you're listening on the replay, check the description of the video for the link to Sci-Fi Vision channel.
Yeah, in the latest episode, she had a special effect scene, so I'm gonna ask her about it. So that's great timing.
Oh yeah, and just like it was great timing to have Marc Geller on after the finale, I'm so glad that we waited. At the time, I didn't know why he suggested doing it after the finale. Now I know, because this gave us a lot more to talk about. That was a big deal. So I'm glad we waited, and hopefully he'll come on again. And Ryan, I haven't covered Yellow Jackets. I've never actually seen the first 2 seasons, so I'd have to really
two and the third shows. 2 and 3rd episodes.
Yeah, so I would have to really binge it fast if I were gonna try and cover the rest of it. How far into the season is it? It's too much. How many more episodes are left of this season?
3.
Yeah, it's too late. It's too late. 3 more. Yeah.
But you told me you could appreciate Julia Lewis and Christina Ricci's acting, and you liked the Promas.
I did. I had nothing against the show itself. It was just I got personally triggered by one of the characters in the show. It was a little bit too much like someone I'd rather not mention, but it's a great show. I would have kept watching it otherwise. Eventually, maybe I'll come back to it. Ryan was asking you which character did you say was going to be in the interview, Scarlet?
It's the character that plays Jen, Melissa's friend.
Okay.
She's also been on School Spirits too, so I'm pretty excited to interview her, because I've been watching School Spirits on my own.
Okay.
I don't know. I think you would like it. It's a mystery show. It's where a girl wakes up and she's in a school and she sees other people that died at the school, but there's a mystery surrounding her death.
Okay. Yeah, that's I like that premise. Yeah, and I like murder mysteries.
Mhm.
So, yeah, and you said there's comedy in it, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
Cool. Yeah.
Pretty good ensemble cast. A lot of characters.
Yeah, I would
There's a
totally.
big neat girl named Rhonda I particularly like because they died in all different eras. So you have like somebody from the 50s, somebody from the 80s, a guy from the 90s, etc.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I like that
Yeah.
premise a lot.
Mhm.
I like that. That's so original and creative. Also, I want to mention that so we're planning a watch party, speaking of murder mysteries, for the new Netflix series, The Residents. And I haven't set up the event yet in Discord, but I'm going to set it up after the stream tonight, so the event is there. And The Residents is a murder mystery set in the White House, where I believe there are, if I'm not mistaken, 157 suspects. So that's pretty chaotic. And there are comedic elements to it, and the lead detective is this awesome woman. It looks like a great show. So I thought it would be fun to check it out. And so Wednesday night, we're gonna do a watch party. Maybe we'll watch like the first 2 or 3 episodes, something like that. Each episode is pretty long. I don't know if they're all an hour, but I saw the first one is an hour long.
Mhm.
So we'll see. At least 2 episodes, I would say we'll watch. At like what 10 p.m. Is that the time that works for you, Scarlett?
Seems fine with me. Since we're
Okay,
not
so
doing a from live, we might, that seems fun.
yeah, so we're not doing our usual from live on Wednesday this week. That's another thing to mention. Because of these, we're doing 2 nights in a row of Severance lives. We're going to take a break from the Wednesday from live. It's just too many lives. And instead, so if you want to check out a new show with us that looks really interesting and fun and high quality, so I watched just a quick scene from it, and it was the scene where the murder victim is revealed very early in the episode, and just the way that it was done, it immediately pulled me in. The camera goes flying up the stairs really fast and around corners, and like it was the cinematography was wild. Just seeing that little tiny snippet of it made me think, okay, I have a good feeling about this show. And then there was some weird sequence that looked like a cartoon. I didn't watch much of it, but the show looks quirky. I like quirky. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be a fun show to check out. And if we like it enough, then we might do a couple of lives on it. It's a binge show. It's a binge model show, so we can't do one episode at a time. I mean, we could, but most people binge it. So I mean, it's a hard thing to just cover.
It was kind of hard for me to follow Fallout when it came out because I wanted episode to episode, and nobody really did that. A lot of them did like the pilot, and then they did a bunch of episodes together to the midway point, and then those episodes to the end one, and then the finale. So there was like 4 of them, and it seemed to be the model that a lot of the video essayists were doing. But it was hard on me because I didn't want to watch more than one episode at a time, so I had to watch the pilot, and that was cool because everybody's doing the pilot. But then I had to watch, 2 or 3 episodes at once, so I had to wait till I was totally done with those to watch those.
Right. Yeah.
Then another 3, and then people would have the finale, and I don't know. I'd rather just have an episode to episode.
Yeah. So I don't know what the best way to do it is. Like just do a live stream on one episode at a time. I don't know, because most people will binge it and watch the whole thing. So I don't know. We'll have to discuss and figure it out. But
well, maybe we can gauge the temperature of the thing by Wednesday, like who shows up, if everybody wants to do it.
yeah,
We want to talk about it, we want to theorize on it, then we have a no spoilers clause.
right. Yeah, we would have to do something like that. We would have to say, we're doing this number of episodes at a time. Please, no spoilers on the rest of the series and that kind of thing. I think the majority of people are binge model people these days, and if a show is dropped all at once, it's hard to resist. I get it. It's hard to resist continuing to watch. I personally can wait. I don't mind, but most people won't. So we'll figure it out. And we also have to figure out if we like it enough to cover it. But I think I think it looks promising, and then we'll see what else is on the horizon. But in the meantime, we still can do a few more Severance lives. There is a lot to discuss regarding the future of the show, where it goes from here, theorizing and just decompressing, going through everything that just happened. It was a wild ride of a season. So I think we could just continue doing that for a bit while we're sorting everything else out. And what else?
I mean, I'd love to have this the UUR, like just an interactive thing with a chat, like with the poll, and then there's different things you take a negative comment somebody told you, and you make a acrostic poem about it. And I thought maybe we could do that.
Oh, that would be fun.
Just really interact with the chat and make it like more of a, night of games.
Oh yeah, we're definitely doing that. I want to do a whole stream on the UUR and do an interactive thing with the chat. We're doing that for sure. I figure maybe next week we do like a call in, just thinking out, on the spot here, but next week we could do a call in on the finale, and the week after we could do the UUR and do that whole interactive thing. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Make sure everybody reads it, giving people enough time to read it or listen to the audiobook.
Right, because I'm sure not, like, a lot of people probably haven't yet. So like if we do not next week but the week after, on Monday we could do the UUR stream and let everybody know we're doing it so they can get caught up and participate. I think that would be so much fun. I have to finish it. I only finished the first 4 chapters. There's still a little bit more. It's not long. If anybody's out there listening, wondering, it's short actually.
It's called
I forget how
from.
It's what?
I mean, it basically says excerpts from.
Right.
It basically plays its hand and says, this is not the full book.
Oh yeah. So that makes me hopeful that maybe they're going to do more, maybe release more later. That would be great. I'd like the whole book. I think it's only like the audiobook version. I think it's only, is it an hour long? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's an hour long in the audiobook.
The audiobook is an hour long, and I was reading along with it while listening to Rick and narrating it. I recommend doing that.
Like one of those storybooks you had as a kid?
Yes.
With a beep on each page?
Yes.
The funny bees.
Recommend the funny bees.
Have you gotten to the funny bees?
I did get to the funny bees.
Yeah.
Yep. It explained that weird reference in the show, actually.
If you listen to the audiobook, you will also know about the funny bees. We're not telling you. Find out yourself.
Yes. Find out yourself about the funny bees.
It's not a funny bee. There's a bee on this labeling with the picture of the goat, and I have no idea why maybe it's screaming because it sees the bee. I'm not sure the backstory on this packaging for this.
Oh, really?
For my goat maker, yeah. There's just a bee. I don't know why there's a bee there. It doesn't even look like he's looking at the bee, but maybe it's a funny bee. So he's like...
Oh, I almost choked out my water. Yeah. Well, yeah, so yes, check out the funny bees, the UUR. It's hilarious.
Huh? I said if that's the incentive.
Yeah.
There's other
So-
things you'll find out, though. You'll find out about Rickon's background, his parents, his stage life,
Oh yeah.
his relationship with Gemma.
And apparently, Rickon's parents were performance artists, and they conceived him and gave birth to him all on stage with a whole audience of people watching, according to Rickon. If you can believe that. I don't know if I believe it, but that's what he says. It's a hilarious read. I highly recommend it, and it's free. And if you have any issues, I couldn't access it via Apple because I don't have an Apple made device. But I'll post links to it in my Discord server where you can find. I found a PDF link to just read it. Somebody put in Reddit, and I found an audiobook that I was able to download an MP4. So I'm gonna so if you're not in the Discord, there's the Discord link, but I think most of you are. And I have a link to the Discord in the description of this video too. So if you have any trouble finding the PDF and the audio file for the UUR, I can hook you up. I'll post them in my Discord for people if you have any issues looking. Because they're free on Apple. They're free. So I'm not doing anything illegal by sharing it. They're free. It's just that I don't have an iPad or an iPod or a Mac or anything like that. And if you don't have those things, I don't know how else you access these. So, no, we're still going to cover From, Scott. That's not changing. That's not changing. No, don't worry about that. We're still covering From. We're going to be doing the rewatch every week. Next week, are we going to be, I think next week we should resume the rewatch, I believe. Yeah. Next week on Wednesday, we'll get back to the rewatch of From. Don't trust me. From is not going anywhere. I'm covering that all year long. I'll still do a theory video now and then too, but the lives, that's definitely not going anywhere. So, so no From this week, Scott. Just this week, because we're doing Severance 2 nights in a row, and then we're also doing the live on Friday. It would just be too much. So we're going to get back to the From rewatch next week with season 2, episode 3 next Wednesday, next week. And we'll continue doing that weekly like we do. So don't worry about that one. And of course, on Fridays, we have our FROMACADEMY Friday, and so no From before Friday. That's all. From is the show. Yes. So this Friday, I think Doug is going to join us again. Doug's going away for about 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks on a trip to Europe. So he won't be able to be with us for a while. He said that he might try to pop on at some point if he can while he's on his trip. So he might. So we'll see. But otherwise, this might be the last week we see him for a few weeks. So Friday, he might be able to join us, he said. He said he should be able to. So hopefully, if Doug can join us, then Friday night we'll have another round of story time with the Man in Yellow on at 10 p.m. Eastern on Friday night. So check that out. I'm going to be talking to Doc Kaiju, who is our awesome contributor, guest co-host on Fridays with me and Scarlet, and we'll discuss if we're going to do FROMACADEMY this week or if we're just going to do another just random theory talk or what he wants to do. So we'll keep you posted on that. I'm going to DM him after the live. But definitely, I'd say it's almost positive that Doug will join us unless he finds himself too busy getting ready for his trip, which I would totally understand. Scott, we're skipping it this week, just this week. That's all. Just this week because of the 2 Severance lives, Monday and Tuesday. And, doing lives 3 nights in a row would be a lot. It would be a lot. And I have a deep dive to work on for the Severance finale, so it'll help me have more time to get that done and get it out by the end of the week. So be on the lookout for that. My deep dive scripted video into the Severance finale should be out by the end of the week. But next week we will pick up the From Rewatch next Wednesday again, of course. And Friday night we'll do story time with the Man in Yellow, and then we'll talk From theories after Doug heads out. So yeah, we're still gonna have our From live this week, but not till Friday. Dieter said, I need help for my new name. I can't decide on Discord. It's easily too big. On YouTube it's okay. Like Dieter Manager, Dieter the Manager Goat, the Manager Goat, Dieter Goat. I don't know. Well, what were you before you were, I think you were Dieter the Goat before, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think so. I think it was Dieter the Goat, but now I can't remember because you've been Dieter Egan for a few weeks. I'm sorry, Scott. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a downer. I don't like skipping the rewatch. I had to skip it a couple weeks ago because I wasn't feeling up to it, but I almost never skip it.
Yeah, we'll probably get more on a schedule, Scott, once, because Doug's going to be on vacation for 3 weeks, so we'll probably get back into the rewatch schedule.
Oh,
Are we on 3? Like season 2, episode 3?
Yes.
Maybe 3, 4, and 5? Like boom, boom, boom?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So the next 3 weeks, it'll be episodes 3, 4, and 5 of From season 2. We'll do the rewatch. And, last week we didn't do it. Last week we didn't do it because we had a special stream. Come to think of it, yeah. We didn't do it last week because we had a special stream planned with Doug and Marcia. Was that last week that we did on Wednesday?
Yeah, it was last Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, last week we did a deep dive into Doug Hughes and Marcia Cash's deadline play, which I highly recommend. And you can find the link to that. I think it's in the description of this video, actually. So fans of From would love it. So let me see. Did I put it in? If I didn't put it in, I'll add it after. But so yeah, you just have to wait one more week and we'll get back to the rewatch. Normally when Doug comes on, Doug can come on any night, it doesn't matter, but Marcia has a busier, tighter schedule right now. So that's why we had to skip the From rewatch last week, and we did the live with Doug and Marcia on Wednesday. But don't worry, next week we will be back, believe me. Yeah, that's why you're missing it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Scott. I appreciate all your support. Trust me, we'll be back to it next week. And every week. AA says, oh, Scott is having From rewatch withdrawals. Yeah. I miss it too. I want to get back into it too. Believe me.
We gotta figure out we gotta figure out if Ethan's truly the Man in Yellow when Doug's not around.
Yeah, right. But Doug's not around. We'll discuss. We'll look for more clues if Ethan becomes the Man in Yellow. Yeah, there are clues. Fletch, I've never seen The Last of Us. Scarlett, did you watch The Last of Us? The whole thing?
No, I only watched my boyfriend play the video game The Last of Us.
Okay.
It's pretty bleak. And the ending of it's pretty bleak. I don't know if I could watch the show.
I know. I don't.
Knowing what I know, I know it follows the video game. Like Fallout took a story and made it fit their universe. I think this one actually follows the video game, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody in the chat tell me
Right.
if I'm wrong.
The
Because
problem is
there was no character like Ella Purnell's character in Fallout. All that was just made up for that universe to be a story in the universe.
yeah. So it's just, and it's so bleak sounding. I haven't seen it, but I've looked it up, and I looked at what the premise is, and the fact that it's, you know, it's in the aftermath of a pandemic that just wiped out everything, and it's a post-apocalyptic kind of situation because of a pandemic, and that, to me, that's kind of triggering. Pandemic related stuff I really don't like, and it shows, apparently it shows like flashbacks to when it was happening, and the COVID pandemic, pretty much I pretty much blame it for ruining my life. I'm not kidding. And I have a lot of reasons for that, which I won't drone on about now, but that's where my life just completely started to fall apart, and my pain conditions got out of control. So I don't like anything related to pandemics. I really don't. It's triggering. So, and it's shit that could still actually happen too. Like we could still have.
I feel the same way about The Handmaid's Tale, given the situation we find ourselves in 2025.
Yeah, I understand that.
Plus, I would have to binge 5 seasons of it. I have read the book, and I know the book covers seasons 1 and 2, so maybe I would be covered with that. But if I had to watch even 3 seasons of it and binge watch it, I'm going to be like a fetus on the floor, just rocking myself back and forth, in the fetal position. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I know. I get it.
Though Elizabeth Moss is amazing in whatever she does.
She is amazing.
I liked Mad Men. She was great in that. Great in High Rise. If anybody's watching the movie High Rise, highly recommend.
So good. Elizabeth Moss is amazing. I love the way that they do The Handmaid's Tale. I've watched the entire series, seasons 1 through 5. So when season 6 comes out, I believe on April 8th, I'm probably going to want to make video breakdowns of it. But we won't do live streams for it. I'll probably just do episode breakdowns. It's a beautifully done show. Everything, the cinematography, the directing, the acting, the art direction, it's just aesthetically gorgeous and full of meaning. And so it's going to be a difficult thing to watch given what's going on in the world and the timing of it for me too. It was difficult the first time around for the same reason.
Yeah.
It came out. Yeah, because
it ourselves back where we started.
Isn't the timing kind of freaky, actually?
Yes.
It's the timing of it. Originally, it came out in 2017. And now it was just like, it was freaky, the timing. And now it's coming out, the final season coming out now. I don't know. That's all I'll say. But I'm going to see it through to the end because I want to know what is going to happen. I think a revolution is going to happen. Finally, there's going to be a revolution, a full-on revolution. And I don't know how they're going to wrap this thing up in just one more season, but this is it. This is the final one. And honestly, it's like torture porn after a while, so it really needs to end. As much as I love the show, it's one of those shows where I'm like, wow, I love this. This is amazing, but I don't know how much more of it I can take. How much more suffering can I watch for these characters?
So I'm assuming that Offred or June doesn't get to Canada like she did in the end of the book.
Oh, well, actually, we're way past the book source material now.
Yeah. But she never escapes, huh? She just is there forever.
Actually, no. Actually, sorry if people don't want spoilers for The Handmaid's Tale, but I mean,
pause it right now because I want to know the info.
If you don't want spoilers for The Handmaid's Tale, just hit mute or close your ears for like 30 seconds.
Go get yourself a drink. Use
the bathroom. Offred. Okay.
Because I read the book. I know the book. I'm familiar with the book.
Offred spent the entire season 5 in Canada. She's been in Canada.
Sweet. Okay.
And now she's just June. She is in Canada.
All right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I was hoping she'd get out of that place. You know, she got to get out of that place if it's the last thing she ever does.
Yeah. I was surprised that it actually happened too, because I figured that wouldn't happen until like the end of the show. She gets out. She just doesn't get out with her daughter, who is still living with some other family. She's not able to get her daughter with her. She has a baby. The baby gets smuggled to Canada first, and then eventually she joins her husband and her baby in Canada, along with a friend of hers who also got out. But then Canada starts going to shit. And then Canada starts going to shit, and there are
what can you do?
And there are people trying to shoot her, assassinate her because of her role in the uprising and trying to smuggle children out of the country and stuff like that. So now her life is at risk, and now she's on the run again, heading into season 6. She's on the run, separated from her husband. Her husband basically saves her life from a guy who starts running her over with his car on purpose, and he kills the guy. Sorry, Kelly. Now I'm spoiling it for you.
Sorry, it was my fault, Kelly.
Kelly still has a whole season to catch up on. The Handmaid's Tale. Oh,
well,
shit!
I think if you tell me stuff about it, I might watch it for the aestheticism. As long as tell me about the bad parts, so I just know, like, somewhere when we're off the live.
Yeah, I'll tell you the rest of the spoilers.
If I know like horrible crap is coming, especially violence towards women, you would just tell me, and then I'd be like, okay, I know it's coming.
Yes. I'll tell you off the live more about it, but it's a very different show than where it started right now. And but you still go back and you see the people who are still trapped there. Part of the show still takes place there, of course. And
Gilead? Is it Gilead?
Gilead.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and so it's I thought season 5 was great. I think season 6 is going to be really incredible. I watched the trailer for it, and it basically is like saying, yeah, this is revolution time. There is going to be a Handmaid's Revolution. In the trailer it says, you know, you can hear, I think it's June, saying something about how they gave us these, you know, they made us wear red, you know, to oppress us or whatever it is she says, but it, you know, what they didn't realize was it turned into a uniform, and now they're going to be an army. You know, it's going to be a revolution. So
now it'll turn into your blood.
Yeah,
red, the color of the blood.
Yes, blood red. I think they even mentioned that in the trailer. Blood
really?
red. They do. It's exciting. There's a scene in the trailer that shows a bunch of handmaids sitting on church pews or something, and they all like whip out. They all like under the pew where you can't see it. They all open up a bunch of switchblades. They all have like switchblade knives.
Switchblade sister.
Yeah. Sorry, Dieter. That was longer than 30 seconds. I'll shut up about it now.
Well, I'm probably gonna get off of here by 2:30 anyway. So.
Yeah, me too. So anyway, I think it's going to be an exciting season, and it could be building to a happy ending for at least some of them. I don't expect it to be all roses in the end, but I think at least some of them are going to have a happy Hollywood ending, unlike the open ending of the book. It is Hollywood after all.
So Corbell isn't like, and June would not get a Hollywood ending.
No. I don't think so in this case.
Or should I call you a Fred or whatever? I mean, I know she plays a couple characters, like Up Joseph or something.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, she's Up Joseph for a while, but she's been June for a while now. She's just June now. Nobody calls her Offred anymore, which is great. But then there's the eye patch girl. The eye patch girl, Janine. they took her eye
Yeah.
out, and she doesn't have an eye for the whole series, and she wears an eye patch, and
Mhm.
she's starting to become more rebellious. She doesn't want to be called of somebody anymore. She's
Yeah.
lashing out, but now that got her in serious trouble. She was part of one of the cliffhangers at the end of season 5 was she's now in serious trouble because she's not being obedient anymore. Which is great to see because she's been too docile the entire series and not fighting back. She became kind of like the pet of the lady Aunt Lydia, who's like this very complex character. Aunt Lydia does horrible things in service to Gilead, and yet she really genuinely loves the handmaids. Like, she really is drunk on the Kool-Aid and loves them, and loves Janine so much. They have a close bond and stuff. She wants to protect her. It's cool. I like the complexity of the characters. It's not just a cartoonish 2-dimensional villain. But anyway,
I don't know. Maybe we should have a part in Discord where people convince me to watch it.
Yeah.
We convinced Scarlett to watch Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
I'll read it, and if I get convinced, I'll watch it.
The problem is, though, that if you were to watch it now, you would have 5 seasons to binge, and that would be a very difficult task to binge that harrowing. It would be traumatizing to binge a harrowing dystopian drama like that, I think. That would be.
I know people that binge Breaking Bad, and I don't know how you would binge that show. That show was like crazy.
I've never seen it, but I've heard stuff about it.
And I just like kind of like a little shaky after one. I don't want to go right into the next episode.
Yeah. So it would be tough. The new season of Handmaid's Tale comes out.
How many episodes does it have a season? Like 8?
I think it's about 8, I want to say. Yeah. Maybe. I think some of them have 10, though. Or something. Yeah. So it's a lot, and they're long.
About 40 or 50 episodes.
Yeah. There's a lot, and they're long.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, so I don't see myself covering The Last of Us, even though I've never seen it. I mean, I could try watching one episode and just see, but I think
we could do a watch party on that and see how it flies. See if it's you're interested, I'm interested in it. Other people are interested.
I know, because people keep mentioning it. So we could maybe do a watch party for The Last of Us. I loved Bates Motel. It's old, yeah, but it doesn't feel like it's been that long to me, but it doesn't even feel that old. I loved that show. I would totally do that. Oh, I fucking loved that show. Did you ever see that?
I have not.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. I mean, I loved Psycho, of course, one of the greatest films and one of the most famous films ever made. And this was so well done. It stars, the guy who plays that autistic doctor in, that show about the autistic doctor? I don't remember what it's called.
I can't remember what it's called either, but I know what you're talking about.
Is it The Good Doctor? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
He plays young Norman Bates.
Okay.
And he's so damn good at it. It's so good. And Norma Bates, his mom, is played by another big actress, Vera Farmiga.
Okay, yeah, I know who she is. She's an American Horror Story cast member.
Yes. Vera Farmiga, and she was in The Conjuring. She was in the Conjuring movies. Hello, Boo. Oh my God. Now she's gonna stand here and decide what she wants to do for a minute.
Yep.
Just stand in front of the camera. This is what she does. Fine. And then I can't see what I'm doing. I can't see the screen. Yeah. Can you please lay down? Lay down.
She's obviously more important than the screen.
Oh yeah. Okay, come on now. There we go. There we go.
I could hear your cat purring.
You can hear the purring?
Yeah.
She purrs like a Mack truck.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah. She's a Velcro cat. She's very clingy. Anyway. So yeah, Vera Farmiga plays Norma Bates, his mother.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a prequel to Psycho. It's starting when he was young and how he turned into this psycho, you know. And the guy Nestor Carbonell plays the sheriff of the town who has a relationship with his mother, and he's amazing. He's from Lost. He was on Lost as well. He's amazing. I loved him in that show. So I would totally rewatch that show and cover it. Maybe we could do a watch party for it and see if you like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. Oh yeah.
That's
now she's putting her scent. She just rubbed her cheeks all over my thumb to put her scent on my thumb because cats have scent glands in their cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they do that.
They're also her property, Julie. Did you know that?
Oh yes, I am her property indeed. She puts her scent all over my stuff, and yeah, like my room. She thinks this is like her apartment. This is her lair.
Well, it is. You don't seem to be understanding this at all.
No, I guess I'm not understanding how this works.
Mm-hmm.
The other cats, my mom has 2 cats and a Chihuahua that are more hers than mine, and I mean they're kind of mine too now that I'm here, but she does not like them coming in here. This is her territory. She's gone ballistic on one of them before for trying to come in here, like hissing, yowling noises. It was not pretty. Yeah. Thanks, AA. You know, it's funny. It's very hard to get good pictures of Boo because she's so dark. She has so much black, and the orange doesn't show up well in pictures. But with this ring light here, this ring light is benefiting her too. Maybe I should do a photo shoot of Boo with the ring light. Because I've never seen her orange stand out this much before, ever. If you see her in real life, it does not pop like this. The black is much more predominant. So this ring light is bringing out all the orange, and it's shiny too. Cats don't have owners; they have servants. Yes. Yes, indeed. Her coat is pretty.
Will we still have time to do Dollhouse as well, or you want to do a Dollhouse party? What? Dollhouse party?
Yeah, I still want to.
I'm just like Dollhouse party. Anybody?
How many seasons did that run for?
2.
Oh, that's not bad. We can fit that in somewhere.
The longer seasons, though.
They're how what are they?
They're longer seasons.
Oh yeah, because it was an older network show, so that makes sense.
I can't remember how many episodes a season.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's many of them.
Yeah, I want to. I definitely want to watch more of Dollhouse and do watch parties for it. Dollhouse is a lot like Severance. It has a really similar concept. So
it's a similar actress.
And there's Deechin. I don't know how to say her name.
Deechin Lichen? Is that her name?
Yeah.
Deechin Lichen.
Yes, who plays Gemma. She's also on Dollhouse, and that. So it's a similar concept to Severance. So I definitely want to do watch parties for that. So if anyone is interested, join the Discord. We'll do lots of fun watch parties like this.
Or if you guys are interested in anything we're talking about, put it in the comments. Put it in the comments section. We want to know your thoughts.
Yes.
What show should we cover? You tell us.
Yes. If you know of any upcoming shows, please let us know. And if you think of any, you can put, when we're not on the live, anyone listening on the replay, let us know in the Discord. In the Discord there is a channel that says TV and film. You can go in there and leave suggestions in there for shows, upcoming current shows that you think we should cover, and we'll check them out and consider it. So, because it's not easy to find shows. They're scattered to the winds nowadays. They're everywhere. There are a million streaming services, and it's so hard to find what's out there.
Well, it's also hard to find things that are dropping episode to episode too.
Yeah, that's true. Too many things are on the binge model, and that's unfortunate because I am still looking forward to The Residence on Netflix, but it would have been an amazing thing to cover week by week because it's a murder mystery, and we could try to guess who the murderer is.
If it has 157 suspects, we want to sit and do it episode to episode so we can have our theories.
Exactly.
157 people.
Right? That would have been amazing. But sadly, it's a binge model show, but maybe we can still have fun with it anyway. So we'll check it out Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll do a watch party in the Discord for at least 2 episodes, I would say. And we'll see what happens after that. Maybe we could do a third one too, but we'll see. I don't like to binge. See, I don't like to watch that many episodes. I don't like to watch that many episodes at once. I really don't. I like to. I know we're in the minority.
I did it with Yellow Jackets because I had to, because it's a free weekend on Showtime, and I only had like 2 days.
Yeah,
so I binged the whole first season, but that's not the way I would have wanted it to be. I would have wanted to do it episode to episode.
Yeah, see, that's shows that make you think, that make you come up with theories. That should be consumed slower. And I know in this day and age we're in the minority, and everyone wants to. Everyone is impatient and they want to binge, but I don't like that. I mean, people in this community, like if From and Severance were bingeable, then we wouldn't have these awesome weekly discussions when the episodes come out.
Yeah.
You eliminate the opportunity for discourse when you drop it all at once. It's gone. You can still discuss it, but you can't theorize and really pick apart each episode and wonder what's going to happen next and have great conversations.
And then you also have to dodge every video essayist that has, a catchy title on their thumbnail that will spoil one of the episodes for you.
Oh no. And if you're watching it, that kind of thing would be in your algorithm. So you'd see it in your feed. Oh no. Yeah. That's terrible.
Yeah, there was one time when last season on Yellow Jackets where they skipped a week, and a couple of video essayist people still had their videos on schedule. And there was a big spoiler in episode 6, and I round the corner in my kitchen because my YouTube's just playing a list, and then it told me what happened in that episode. That was like the big reveal.
That sucks.
So I was like, well, I guess I know now. So next week I'll just watch it, but I already know what's going to happen.
Oh my God, yeah.
But I don't think it was their fault either, because they just skipped a week. I don't know why they skipped a week. They just skipped it.
Yeah.
So it was really odd.
Yeah. That getting spoiled like that sucks. I hate spoilers.
Like even people in Severance, like I'm at the watch party and it's like literally a minute after the first rewatch ended. I can't even talk. You have a watch party on Thursday. The one at 9 p.m. ended. Like the minute it ended, when you guys are watching it, there's these things coming in for people's essays and stuff they've done on the show, complete with spoilers. Like the one time we were watching 4, somebody came in like before I even started watching it. They're like, "Is Irving really dead?" I'm like, "Come on, people."
Oh no.
I haven't even settled in to watch the beginning of it. The featurette isn't even done yet, and your video's out.
Yeah, they do that instantly. Yep. instantly. They have all those people that have screeners. They have the video ready to go in advance.
Mhm.
So as
Yeah.
soon as that episode drops and they're allowed to, they drop it right then and there. Yep.
So it's
And
almost like you have to watch it when it goes, unless, well, with Yellow Jackets, I watch it on my TV, so I just break everything down, go offline, and then if I watch it, I want to go back online and talk to people, I will.
yeah.
That's how devoted I am to it, because I want to see it big, I want to see a lot of noise, and I don't want anybody to spoil anything about it until I'm done.
Right.
It's my little time with me just to watch it.
I should have done this with. I can't believe I watched From and Severance new episodes all on a laptop. My TV is broken, and I have a smart TV, but it's defective, and I still have to call the company and say it's defective and they need to replace it, and I just never get around to doing it. So I watch these things on a little screen, these beautifully done immersive shows. When I rewatch on a big screen on a TV, it's going to be a completely different experience, I think, for Severance especially. I think I did. No, did I watch From? No, I did. When I did the watch parties for From, it was all on my computer. So I was watching on that season 3.
Yeah, and with
hey,
my Discord, it doesn't stream really well. Like Severance is always kind of choppy. The volume's way low. So like put my ear against it, just hear what they're saying.
Yeah, that could be a problem depending on where it's streaming from with the volume.
Hey, Bill Chill. And then in campaign, with season 1, I had the Blu-ray on my television, and I was just like, oh yeah,
Right. I got to get the Blu-ray.
To be shown, I would say.
Yeah, and then I heard about From that. Apparently there are missing scenes from the MGM version of From. There are actual missing scenes where there was one scene where the monsters were supposed to be there and they're not there. So
and I haven't dug out my DVD because I have a boot. I have a boot. I don't think it's a boot. It might be a Region 0 because sometimes Asian countries put out Region 0. I think it's this straight up Region 0. But I'm going to check that. I'm going to check that on that episode because I'm going to bring out my season 2 when we start rewatching and watch that and see how long those episodes are against the one streaming. We'll do some investigation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there was a joke in Yellow Jackets about a chicken that was just taken out. And I'm watching it on DVDs I got from the library. And I'm like, it's in the DVD sets. So it's weird it's not on the streaming. And it wasn't offensive. Just like
that's weird. Yeah, I don't like that. Why do they do that? Why would they cut out? Why would they cut out scenes from like just the monsters standing there after somebody opened the door? Brian and Kelly opened the door and the 2 monsters are there. I never saw that before. Ryan told us about it.
I probably saw it on the DVD, and then when I watch it on streaming, it's not there anymore. But I'll dig out the DVD.
I was like, what are you guys talking about? Ryan was saying that the 2 monsters were there. And I was like, they never showed the monsters. And that always actually bugged me that they didn't show the monsters. Brian opens the door and then the scene cuts and you don't get to see them. At least show us. You don't have to show us what happened because that ruins the surprise of Kelly being tethered to the tree with a rebar. But just show us the monsters.
Yeah, you think they put some time and effort into the monsters, they would show them.
Exactly. It's weird. I don't know why they did that. I want to get From on DVD, and I never watch DVDs anymore. I never even got any Blu-rays. I just stuck with DVDs, and I haven't used DVDs in years. But for From, just for that alone, I'm going to do it because I want to see what else could they have cut out. Maybe there's other stuff.
Yeah, ever since that Yellow Jackets chicken good joke was cut out, I've been kind of leery about streaming in general.
Hey, maybe they cut out future Julie scenes in the background, like you were talking about in seasons 1 and 2.
I should just make a video where I just insert future Julie in all the scenes.
Yeah.
And Jasper's just hanging out in the background.
Yes. With Jasper in the background. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry I missed this. Oh, well, this was only 2 minutes ago. But yeah, you should totally do that, Scarlet. Oh man.
We
Just
just
have
started
Julie
talking
to-
about Dollhouse. Dollhouse is a good I would say Severance adjacent show. One other one's
Yeah.
like the same thing. Westworld is a nice Severance adjacent show. I mean, they're older. Cassandra,
Yeah.
I've heard, is probably a good show, probably Severance adjacent.
Yeah. That's right. I forgot about Cassandra. I totally forgot about that one.
I mean, if you want to go a little bit too far over, there's Raised by Wolves. That's kind of like a little bit further over.
Raised by Wolves, I've heard that's excellent.
But kind of similar themes. Some themes are similar.
Yeah, and welcome, S. Madison. Yeah,
I would also say Yellow Jackets, because that's kind of like a mystery box. You know, like I like From, Severance, Yellow Jackets. I consider all mystery box shows.
yeah, absolutely. From if you haven't seen From on MGM Plus, watch From. It is amazing. I think From and Severance are the best two shows on TV. It's phenomenal. If you like mystery box shows, if you like, things that challenge you and make you think like Severance, then you'd love From if you haven't seen it already. Silo is quite good. I don't think it's on the same level at all, but it's still quite good. I like Silo. I like the mystery of it. What else?
Fallout. We talked about
Fallout is good. I've seen a little bit so far. I love it. There's one I'm forgetting too, but well, I mean, we were talking a few minutes ago about The Residents. And The Residents just dropped last week. It's on Netflix. We're gonna be doing a tomorrow, not tomorrow, Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna do a watch party for that. Probably the first 2 episodes we'll do it, and it's a murder mystery that takes place in the White House, has comedic elements to it. It looks excellent. So I would recommend that, even though I haven't seen it yet. I think it's going to be a great show. So The Residents. Cassandra, I forgot all about that. That's also on Netflix, I think, and I think it's about like an AI robot that like gets out of control or something. I forget the exact synopsis, but
like gets out of control means gets sentience and realizes humans are horrible.
Yes. A
la Westworld.
Yes. So those would be the 2 current shows I would check out, even though I haven't seen them yet. They sound great from what I've heard. I don't think it's Helena at the end. I know why people are questioning it, and I've seen the 2 different spots where people thought it could be Helena. I don't think so. There was a scene where she was with Dylan and the red lights came on, the red emergency lights in the not the break room, the MDR room. And she just kind of looks up at the lights, and then she looks down and has this look on her face that it's a little hard to decipher, but I think it's just a look of satisfaction. Like, okay, she knows what this means. The red lights are flashing. This means Marc must have gotten to Gemma. He must have found Gemma, and she's glad. I think it's a look of satisfaction because she wanted Gemma to get out. She was pushing for it. She was pushing harder for it than Marc this season. Finding Gemma and getting her out. Once we found out, once they switched places back to Helly, who I'm definitely, I do think it's Helly. She immediately wanted to go find Gemma. She wanted to find the testing floor. She said maybe that's where they're keeping Gemma. So I really do think it's Helly. And then at the end, Marc decides to leave Gemma out there and stay with Helly. And as he's walking towards her, there's a look on her face as she looks back at Gemma before they walk away together and run away together. And I think the look is actually empathy and sadness, because she wants Marc for herself. It's not like, I got him, he's mine, screw you, Gemma. I don't think it's that at all. I think it's sadness and empathy because she feels for Gemma, but she loves Marc too. And Marc made his choice. She let Marc make his choice. She didn't push him to stay with her. So if anything, she pushed him away, saying, I am Helena Egan. I'm her. She said that in the finale. She said, I'm her. Now that wasn't, I don't think that was her literally admitting that I'm Helena right now. She was just saying that basically they're the same person.
Yeah.
And even if they get out, it's still going to be Helena out there.
They have to deal with that, her being a big bad somewhere inside her. And she's willing to
Exactly.
sacrifice that for the cause. Because
Exactly.
Helena's horrible.
Helena is horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But I think at the end, I mean, I feel like Indy Marc did the best thing he could. He got Gemma out, which I feel bad about Miss Casey. I'm totally team Miss Casey because Miss Casey got the shaft here.
Yeah,
but, Gemma got out so she can talk to Devin about this, and they can bring Lumen down. But Indy Marc, I mean, his family is Helly and those people, so that's his family. Because everyone's like, "Oh, he betrayed the family." I'm like, but he's betraying Audi Mark's family, not his family. His family is inside the building.
Right. His family's inside the building. That's right. It's understandable why he made that choice, because right now he's Indy Marc. This is all he knows. He loves Helly. I mean, it's madness because now they're in a war zone basically, and he's just been an accessory to the murder of Drummond, and how can he possibly have any kind of a life down here with Helly? But he's naive. He's an Innie. What do you expect? He chooses her, and it's a leap of faith. If he gets out, yeah, I mean he had concerns not just about the fact that he'd lose Helly, but even about himself. Losing himself through reintegration. He said, well, to Marc, he said to his Audi, you've been alive like 20 times longer than me. So wouldn't this reintegrate itself be more you than me? It scared him.
And then I felt bad because Miss Casey's even less than that. She's only been alive for a couple weeks, really.
Right. Exactly. And all of her innies, she's got 25 innies from the testing floor plus Miss Casey. That's 26 innies. What happens to all of them? That sucks.
Yeah, it sucks to be them, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that one maybe they won't mind. The one that had to go to the dentist all the time might not mind, and
she might not mind.
The one that was in the Yellow Jack simulator room probably wouldn't mind.
The plane crash, yeah. S. Madison says that's why I thought it's Helena. Red light might disable the chip. Hey, it's possible. Could be. I think it's most likely Helly. If it were Helena, I don't think she'd want to be down there in that war zone. She'd want to get the hell out of there. I think Helly would have been running for the door. I mean, if she were Helena, she would have been running for the door. Helena didn't want to go back down there after Irving tried to drown her. She did not want to go back down there. She said, they tried to kill me and they made her go back down there. So I think with all this madness going on and the violence and all, if it were Helena, she would have left. That's what I think, but take that for what it's worth. But all theories are welcome here, and I love to hear everybody's ideas. And good night, Scott. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to be wrapping this up. Yeah. Thank you so much, Scott, for all your support, getting the likes up. You're awesome. Thank you for being amazing and helping Dieter and, the two of you just working as a team. Really appreciate it. Yes, Gemma broke my heart too. That was brutal.
Yeah, I was going to say to S. Madison here, we're doing a whole breakdown tomorrow night at 10 p.m. EST if you want to join.
Yes.
We're going to break down the whole episode, and we're going to talk about theories, and it's going to be pretty deep divey, as they say.
Yes, indeed. tomorrow night at probably 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I haven't scheduled it. Well, yeah, I did schedule it. Never mind. Yeah, I scheduled it already. I scheduled it for 10:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. So, and we'll be starting on time, hopefully, God willing. My technology doesn't fail me. So 10:30 p.m. Eastern, if you want to join us and talk theories in the chat, we'll have a great conversation. We're going to break down the whole episode scene by scene. And I always check in with the chat and see what your ideas are and what you have to say. Yeah, Gemma suffered enough already. Her story is pretty tragic. She has, I believe it's a total of 26 innies because there are 25 rooms down there. And then there's Miss Casey. It's 26. She's insane. She's going to be really traumatized. And I also want to know how they kidnapped Gemma. I think it was probably a kidnapping and not her signing up for doing it. But it's possible that, you know, she agreed to some kind of radical treatment and then they kept her prisoner. But I tend to think it's a kidnapping. Kelly agrees about Miss Casey. That sucks. But she can, I would think Gemma would need to undergo a reintegration process now.
That would be crazy.
I know. Oh my God.
26 personalities, like trying to integrate themselves.
That might actually not be psychologically good for her at all. Like, I don't know about that. Like,
she's going around her daily life, and now she's on a plane crashing.
Yeah, imagine if she remembered all that stuff. If she was able to. I don't know. That might not be so good, but at least, well, then those innies wouldn't die. They'd have a life. Those innies didn't ask to be brought into the world. They're like people. Each of them is like a person, a different person. Kelly, I agree with you. I'm not totally convinced that Gemma will be the same Gemma after all she's been through. At the very least, she's going to be severely traumatized by what she did, by what she went through. And at the same time, she was also being desensitized systematically by going into all those rooms. And they would ask her how she felt after each one. So she's going to process trauma in weird ways and probably bury things too much. Have to learn how to cope in a healthy way again, because I think she'll be naturally conditioned to compartmentalize her feelings more and be desensitized to things. She will definitely not be the same, but she won't be a different version of herself because they didn't complete that last experiment. I think if they had completed it, it might have permanently changed her. Now, it sounds like they were going to kill her for real. We can go down a whole rabbit hole with that, but I won't start with that now. But
yeah, we can do that tomorrow.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Show up tomorrow.
Yeah.
It'll be a fun ride.
It'll be a fun ride. Yeah. Check it out tomorrow. I hope. Technically, it's tonight. Yeah. I keep.
Oh, yeah.
Dieter reminded me it's technically tonight. I always say tomorrow when it's technically tonight now. Let's just say Tuesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll dive into the finale. And Amy is back. Nice to see you, Amy. Sorry if you had comments that I overlooked, any of you guys, like Amy, or we had a lot of technical difficulties, unfortunately, but I did the best I could with the situation, and I'm so happy we got Marc Geller on to join us. That 71 likes, amazing, absolutely amazing. So I'm just quickly scanning what's in here. AA, I don't know if I'm quite ready for Yellow Jackets yet.
Yeah.
Maybe eventually, but not quite yet.
Maybe if I just edited that actor out and then you can just watch it.
Yeah.
It just jumps to the next scene.
The timing is actually, it couldn't be worse because yesterday was our anniversary.
Yeah.
Yesterday was it would have been our anniversary of me and my ex. And there's a guy in the show who he might as well be him, just 10 years older or something. So timing is really bad right now. I don't need any reminders. I really don't.
Yeah.
So anyway, maybe eventually I'll get to it, but right now, not really. So let's see. Did I miss anything? AA says Gemma is still Innie Mark's wife. I think that's what Lumen wants to do, is confuse people and their families, making the severed people think they are a different person at work just because they don't remember. Yeah, that's a good point. She's still his wife. Yeah, that's true. You know, just because they don't know their outies' lives doesn't make it not their life. I think it's a dangerous way for the innies to think. It's a good point. You know, she's still his wife technically. He's still one human being. So AA said, I think the actress that plays Helly confirmed that it was Helly. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Oh, good. S. Madison, we would love for you to join us. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Don't thank us. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good night, Doc. Thank you for being here, my friend. Thank you so much. Good night. If Mark never decided to get severed, he would never have found his wife. Yeah, that's true. S. Madison, yes, they've been watching her since the blood donation. They had their eye on her. She was a mark. Definitely.
Pun intended.
No pun intended or pun intended. I didn't actually.
I thought you meant it. I thought you meant that pun.
I didn't. I didn't intend that. I do that a lot by accident. Yeah. Fletch. Yeah, I mean, Mark did decide to get severed, but it was all orchestrated by Lumen. You know, they orchestrated the whole situation. They faked his wife's death to traumatize him to the point where he'd want to do this. And then I'd be willing to bet that they recruited him and they reached out to him. So yeah, they targeted him for sure. And yeah, group hug for Amy. Amy could use some hugs. So yeah, like sending hugs to Amy. We're all here for you. We're like a support system here. We're a family. Okay. Else? Amy said I was supposed to go to sleep, but couldn't decide to call into work. Too much craziness going on at home here. Well, I hope it calms down, Amy. Anyway, it's time to wrap this thing up. I've had nothing to eat in many, many hours. I'm dehydrated and
I gotta sleep.
I need to get some exercise and get going here. Yes,
Yep.
Huh?
Yes.
And yes, I do exercise at 3 a.m. I keep weird hours. But I kind of have to. I don't have a choice. I've been resting too long now, so I've got to do this to manage my pain. So I'm going to go take care of myself, and maybe I'll show up anyway. But I need to be up in 6 hours. Okay, so to sum up, if you missed the beginning part of the live, check it out. We had a great conversation with Marc Geller in spite of technical difficulties. Hopefully we can get him back on again sometime. I'm going to reach out to him and you know, just see what he'd be open to doing. But I really appreciate that he came on such a new channel and did this interview, and it was awesome to get to talk to Kier himself. Wow, that was so cool. And it was cool to have Doug here for it too. I really loved having Doug join us on the panel. Like he's a guest co-host at this point. That was so cool. So yeah, much appreciation to Marc Geller and Doug Hughes and you, Scarlet, for trying your damnedest to help me with these technical difficulties.
Yeah, I
and
tried,
just
but
here.
I'm kind of limited with the app. So hopefully maybe you can give me some permissions and we can like try. you know, because Jamie was like, I should have seen everybody's audio, but I was only seeing mine. So
Me and my shitty memory, that's gonna be one of the first things I do is fix that for the before the next live. And I know I keep saying that, but I am gonna do it. So I will get on it, and so that you can help in situations like this. Who knows? Sometimes tech issues come up. StreamYard is glitchy and weird.
yeah.
So anyway,
Yep.
So anyway, yeah. Thanks again to Marc Geller and Doug Hughes and Scarlet.
It's mostly like I basically what I'm doing when I do that is like I'm nodding off to sleep, and then you say something, I'm like, yeah, I'm up.
Oh my god, that's funny. That's hilarious. Yes, Amy, we're so lucky to have Doug as our friend. I couldn't agree with you more. We are so lucky. He is our friend. That's why it made perfect sense for him to be here, because he's our friend at this point. So why not? He's our friend, and he had stuff in common, a lot of stuff in common with Marc Geller. So so why not?
Just the Anne of Green Gables, you know, talk alone is worth you listening to the whole thing.
Definitely.
They're bonded.
Definitely. I'm going to go back and re-listen to it all myself because I was too busy trying to fix the problem to pay close enough attention. So, and Scott had mentioned that my this is moving, like that's actually my fault. That's actually my fault. I didn't realize I was doing that. I didn't have my laptop firmly stuck on my pillow like I normally do. So I've been holding it the entire time. I didn't realize I was moving it. I'll be more careful next time. Anyway, if it was all on Mark doing Cold Harbor, I'm just confused what was Dylan and Irving's job. But maybe I'll delay this question until tomorrow. My short answer would just be, I don't think they did have real jobs, or I don't think they were refining real chips. I think they were all there just to pacify Mark, so that he'd have friends for support and he would get his work done. That's what I think about that.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Mackie! I was almost thinking about doing the bell. How did you know?
There you go. You now he's just appearing right before, like as soon as you think of it, before you even have to say it. You were summoning him with your mental powers that time.
I was like, should I get a bell? Should I get the bell? Then he showed up, so I got the bell.
Yes. The bell always summons Mackie to the chat.
I mean, even thinking about the bell. Just thinking about it.
Just thinking about it now. That's a whole other level of witchy powers. Damn. So, Mackie, you're so sweet. Everybody take care of yourselves and try to take care of each other. Y'all are the best for real, and you're all goated. Well, so are you, Mackie. You're so sweet. Thank you. Everybody here is just so kind and awesome. I love this community. You are the best. You're the best. Thank you to Scott and Dieter for being amazing mods as always. Thank you to Amy for being a sweetheart as always. And AA, Mackie, Samuel earlier, Ryan earlier, everybody, all these awesome people in the chat. I mean, I could go on and on. Fletch, I could go on and on all night listing everybody. Kelly is awesome. This community is the best. Yeah, so I just appreciate you guys, and thank you for sticking around despite the technical difficulties and, you know, the unpleasant audio issues. It happens. We all have them. This time it wasn't me for once. It wasn't me and it wasn't Scarlet, but you know, it happens. Like I have all kinds of tech issues all the time. Technology can be a nightmare, and StreamYard has all kinds of weird glitchy things. So yeah, hopefully next time we can get Marc Geller to grace us with his presence again and try to sort through that before we go live. Because he is a great guy. He just seems like an awesome dude. And you're welcome, S. Madison. You are welcome. Sending extra hugs right back to you, Mackie. Okay. So keep an eye out for my Severance deep dive, which will be later in the week. Episode 10, the finale. I'm going to dive into it probably end of the week. I'll put that out. And tomorrow night, well, no, tonight, Tuesday, will be our Severance episode 10 finale live deep dive at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And then Wednesday, we're taking a break from the From Rewatch. Just a reminder, taking a break, and we're doing a watch party in the Discord for the new Netflix murder mystery series, The Residents, at 10 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to join that, the link to that Discord is in the description of this video. I'll drop the link again one more time for the Discord there. If you want to check out The Residents with us Wednesday night, looks like a great show. We're going to be doing more fun watch parties too for things like Dollhouse and other shows and movies that are similar to From and Severance, or shows that could have inspired, or films that could have inspired From, for example, or Severance. We're going to be doing more movie watch parties for stuff like Spaceballs, Blazing Saddles, The Producers. When Doug Hughes comes back from his trip, I'm going to save those for when he comes back so he can join us. I think that'll be fun. He loves those movies. Okay, one last question. Wait, as Madison says, one last question. What's with the old cars and computers? I think the showrunners said that this place, the town of Kier, they were kind of going for a vibe of a place that's frozen in time because of the hold that Kier has on this town, the cult. And Scarlet, you've described it as a retro futuristic style that some people have used in TV and film, where you have a mix of old tech and new. So that's
and I think plus the Egans probably want to do a lot of stuff offline, you know, so people can't find it online because they're sinister.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, it's weird. It's something that's bugged me from the beginning. Believe me, I'm with you. Every single car, look at this background that we have. Every single car in this Lumen parking lot is old. You can tell because they're all boxy, and old cars are boxy. So even from above, you can see they're all old. It's always irritated me, and now I'm just. It always was bugged me, you know.
I just took it. It is what it is. I was just like, I guess I completely accepted it. I accepted the vibe from scene 1, episode 1.
It's probably just because you've watched more things that have that retro futuristic.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite movies is Brazil, and Brazil has that retro futurism going for it.
Right.
We might want to watch Brazil. We could watch Brazil sometime. It's a great movie.
Brazil, okay.
It has the same themes. It has the themes. Oppression.
I'll add that to my list.
Yeah.
Once Severance is over, we'll have a little more time to play with for watch parties. So maybe like Thursday nights will now be open. So Tuesdays or Thursdays are now open nights, and sometimes Saturdays. Sometimes we do them on Saturdays too. So and yeah, like the old computer monitors, that's always bugged me. Yet now they have smartphones too, but it's just the vibe they're going with. And you are welcome. And good night, S. Madison. AA said retro feature. Huh?
I said hope to see you tonight.
Yes.
Mere hours away.
Mere hours away. It won't be long now. Retro futuristic is a great way to describe Fallout. AA, yeah, from what I've seen, yeah. I miss the box cars. They all look like circles now. I like them better like this. I think cars look better with the rounded edges, personally. But that's me. Hey, Rogue Nation. Hello there. Maybe they want to tailor the town to past Egan's living conditions, so it's a comfortable transition to bring them back.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. Now slowly start maybe eventually they'll like start phasing in horses and buggies and make it even older looking. Who knows? Because I know that's a
Ether frolics are back in style again.
Ether frolics. Who knows, really? I know that's a popular theory, to bring the Egan. They're trying to bring the original Egans back, resurrect Kier. Marc Geller would love that because it would be amazing if Marc Geller could be on the show in person. It would bring him back. But I still think they could do an origin story in season 2 for him and maybe do a flashback, a bottle episode, like just do a flashback of give us the Kier backstory. So Apple TV, if you're listening, we want a backstory for Marc Geller for his character of Kier. We want a backstory. We want a whole episode devoted to him. So we need to petition Apple TV.
Yes.
That is my stump speech for that. Have a good rest of your night too, Ryan. Thank you so much for being here. As always, you're an awesome, kind new member of the community, and I'm so glad you found us. Thank you so much. And Ryan runs an awesome, huge fan group on Facebook too. It's really great for the series From. And also, Dieter dropped these links here. If you're so inclined, if anyone is so inclined to support any amount, any little bit helps. I'm not monetized yet. I did apply for monetization, but I'm not monetized yet. And Dieter set up, all of these things are in the description of my video too, but I just wanted to highlight it there. But I do have a Cashapp and a Venmo, and then there's a PayPal account that Dieter set up on my behalf. It has his name on it, but it's only because he's basically my manager at this point, and he handles a lot of stuff. So he fronted the funds for me to get a laptop that actually works. And so yeah, any donations at all, if anyone is so inclined, it helps. And those links are in the description of the video as well. And to those who have donated already, it's much appreciated. Anyway, imagine if James Egan was an imposter. Like, what if Dieter was real and was an Egan at birth, but James was adopted? That'd be crazy, AA. Yeah, hey, it's possible. Anything's possible yet with this show, with the twists and turns. It shocks me all the time. All right, enough of that. I could go on, but
we will tonight.
Yes. So yeah, tonight, 10:30 Eastern, we'll do our deep dive into the finale live, and Wednesday we'll have our watch party in the Discord for the residents at 10 p.m. Eastern. Friday night will be most likely another story time with Doug Hughes, unless something happens and he's not available, but most likely it'll be story time with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From at 10 p.m. Eastern, and then probably FROMACADEMY with Doc Kaiju after. But I have to talk to him and see what topic, if any, he wants to do this week for FROMACADEMY, which is our theme of the week thing that we do with From. Anyway, that's the schedule for the rest of the week. And yeah, I'll have my Severance episode and deep dive, the finale deep dive, out by the end of the week too. So thank you again to everybody who came out to support. Thank you for your patience with the tech issues. And let's see, Dieter sent me something. I just want to check and see before we sign off. He said he was going to send me. Oh, the clip is here. Maybe I can. Okay, I'm going to see if I can have the clip. If I can get the clip to play. Oh, okay. Yep, I think I can do it. He clipped. Yeah, this will be the sign off. This will be the sign off. So he clipped this little thing that Marc said earlier. Okay. I'm gonna upload it. I think it'll be able to upload fast because it's small. Just bear with me for a sec. Oh, and also just a reminder that that Scarlett and Jamie on the Sci-Fi Vision channel are going to be interviewing a cast member from Yellow Jackets. What is it, 7 p.m. Eastern on Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
And who is the cast member again?
The cast member is Vanessa Parad. She plays Jen on Yellow Jackets.
Okay. It'll be 7 p.m. on Thursday on the Sci-Fi Vision channel, and after the stream, I'm going to add that to the description of this video. So if you're listening on the replay, you can find it in there. Okay, I got it uploaded. So,
all right.
Okay, everybody. So we got a little clip Dieter made from earlier tonight, and it's Marc Geller. And have a good day or a good night, everybody, and hopefully we'll see you back here tonight.
Good night, everybody.
Hello, this is Marc Geller, Kier Egan on Severance, and you're listening to Julie B. Deep Dive.